Look, we gon' make it. Push through too cool, they can take us. Break rules, you know we the ones they afraid of.
Thought you were supposed to be my executionist.
Ain't no stopping us, we do the impossible.
Perfectly played, boys. Well done.
Third on ultimate low ground. It's going to be New Esports in a good spot. They push wide right. They're getting so many great shots, and it's just like that.
Victory is assured.
Welcome to your Saturday. We're spending ours in the dropship as we bring you top-tier Apex from our EMEA region. I am joined by the impressively incomparable, if that's a word, doesn't matter, Vicky Kitty and T Squared. Of course, my name is Kate, and listen, this is the beginning of our second time around for these groups with our double round robin format. And Tom, in the first 3 rounds of play, we saw some teams return to form. We saw some teams surprise us. Talk to me about the headlines, what they've been for you.
I really think that all those headlines, Kate, but also the difference in the compositions that we're seeing from North America to EMEA, a lot of Bangalores, a lot of Bloodhounds, which I know Vicky likes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I love it.
Yes, she does. Oh, my God. Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at who it is that we actually have here in today's lobby, because a little heads up, our EMEA lobby today, we have our main stream here. This is A versus D. Our secondary stream, it's B versus C. This is what A versus D looks like today. Vicky, these groups didn't have to wait too long to face each other again. It was but 3 days ago.
Yeah, you talk about some teams returning to form. I got my eyes on teams like Ascend out here, popping off. IG International, who's stayed consistent so far. Best getting a top 6 throughout the last few days. But GMT Esports, after their win just yesterday, can they return back today?
Oh, so many questions and 6 matches certainly to find out. And honestly, Tom, I'm also looking at some of the others that we have seen here, and a lot of our groups. You know, you have to remember that a lot of these teams have the potential, and certainly we have seen them pop off before. They could play spoiler, they could grief, they could be at the top of our leaderboards. You never know.
No doubt about it. High Society is a team to watch out for. We know what 4Gang's going to bring to the table. Mutarium, I was surprised to see them play so well a couple days ago and then kind of flop yesterday. But also Solo Q Ghost. That was a team that only got 16 points, I believe, yesterday. They're going to have a bounce back day. There's no way they underperform like the way they did.
Absolutely. We know we've got a lot of Solo Q Goat fans in the chat for sure. Well, we mentioned that A versus D is going to be on our main stream today. But at the same time, we got our secondary stream pulling it in for Group B versus C. That, of course, twitch.tv/versusgaming_GG. We'll put that up on the screen later. Don't you worry about it. But, I mean, Tom, like, let's continue on with this conversation. I mean, we have stack lobbies on stack lobbies either way you slice it.
Alliance is starting to pick it up. It's one of the only teams in EMEA that has improved on their scores every single time, and it's because of the changes that they made in their composition. Guild Esports has been playing at a really high level. All of the lobbies are extremely stacked. They're going to be very evenly matched.
They will indeed. But of course, we do like to throw in a little bit of fun. And as this is the second half, the back half of our round play here for split number 2 for EMEA, today we get to see these teams with a switcheroo on the map rotation, of course. And Tom, I'm sticking with you for a moment here. Speaking of surprises, today is the first day, of course, as we see these rotations. We start on World's Edge instead of starting on Storm Point. Based on what we saw when we changed things up for NA Thursday and Friday, what are you expecting from this map rotation shakeup?
I'm pretty sure Vicky will agree with me. I think we are all noticing that World's Edge was a little bit more fast-paced, a little bit more fighting going on, and Storm Point was more methodical and everybody playing towards the middle of the zone. While everyone is playing in the middle of the zone for World's Edge, they're just more used to the fights and the rotations and the chokes and the timing.
For sure. Well, Vicky, I got to say, it's so much fun to see Storm Point played, especially for some of these teams that have gotten, it's interesting to see some of these teams have gotten really good at this new map.
Yeah, it's also really nice to see how quick they were able to adapt around that new map. You talk about those different compositions. You talk about the consistency for some of our squads. Well, that's why you're seeing a lot of these teams figuring things out much more quicker. You're expecting a lot of these heavy-hitting teams from Split 1 kind of making the comeback now later on as a lot of these squads have gotten used to Storm Point. And I think that was the biggest learning curve for a lot of our newer teams to take a lot of those top teams by surprise.
Absolutely. We'll talk about that learning curve a little bit. One thing that could help you if you've got a steep learning curve, whether it's pubs or ranked, in your own gameplay, it's something we call multi-view. You can experience everything from the drop to looting, every strategic rotation. How are you going to do it? How are you going to take a look at this quad split? Well, I'm going to tell you right now. Head on over to our twitch.tv/playapex channel. It's our ALGS channel. Click the command center below the Twitch channel player. It's actually next to our follow button, which you could totally click as well. We wouldn't hate you for it. And that is where you're going to be able to see and hear all of the POVs from your favorite players, your favorite teams. And, you know, we talk about the in-game comms that we so often go to in this broadcast. Vicky, you can hear it the entire game, and quite frankly, it has made watching Apex a completely new experience here in this next split.
Yeah, I get to hear the comms that I don't usually get to hear in my games. I absolutely love it out here because then at that point, I also get to take a lot from that gameplay and bring it into my own gameplay. It's really nice to hear the decision-making in real time for a lot of these teams and how they can handle the pressure.
Oh, speaking of handling the pressure, there's a lot of pressure on these teams. Now, if you're joining us for the first time here at the ALGS Pro League, first off, thanks so much for joining us. Welcome. The water's great. Secondly, you might be asking yourself, with the lobby this stacked, who do I keep my eye on? Well, let's find out from our analysts. Vicky, start us off.
Well, we got our eyes on GMT, the top performers in yesterday's lobbies. I mean, come on, the synergy history is shining through this squad. They had a rough match day 1, but immediately they were able to make that top 3 comeback for both match round 2 and 3. They topped the overall leaderboard just yesterday without taking a single win. Should highlight how kill heavy this team has been.
No doubt about it, and I also love the fact that they're playing Crypto. Another team that's playing Crypto is Ascend. Watch out for how Kashera is coming through, getting the scans, getting the information, the shots coming through on the other side too. Both of these teams, Vicky, popped off, and it's no coincidence that they're both rocking Crypto, something that you're really not seeing in North America that much.
Yeah, we can't ignore Invictus Gaming being the third team to watch. I mean, this was the group where IG were able to pop off. They had a nice round 1. They won by a single point difference to further highlight how close in skill a lot of these EMEA teams are. And they've continually have top 6 every day in EMEA so far. So you definitely want to keep your eyes on that rising team.
Keep your eyes on all of these teams. Now, you heard it here first. All of these incredible teams, so much Apex Legends to play. Well, we're going to kick that off in just a few minutes. Oh, man, we have a lot to go through today, and I love that we are in that back half of that round robin. It means we're that much closer to playoffs and the top-tier gameplay. Well, it's going to be popping off, as we say, over and over, certainly in these next 6 matches. But we also have some top-tier talent picks, potentially. Oh, we'll see. Anyway, who's going to be today's most valuable talent? I don't know. But let's start off with T-Squared. You picked Ascend, one of the changes here. I mean, I got to say, that's an excellent pick, and I cannot wait to see how they do today.
The more that we do the talent predictions, the less confident I get. I'm not going to lie. It's Rain Days kind of got my number. We'll see how it goes today. I see, Kate, why you're joining him there. It's definitely a good pick. GMT, they popped off yesterday. Vicky, I like IG as well because they underperformed and they're looking to come back strong.
Absolutely, yeah. That's why I'm looking at IG to really make this comeback. Because again, this was a team that really topped the scoreboards in the A versus D standings in that round 1. But man, Rain Day with that smug face, I cannot handle him taking these team preds time and time again. It needs to be stopped.
Hey, listen, I'm on Rain Day's train today, and GMT with the first, second, and third in the kill leaderboards yesterday being the entire squad, I just feel like my boy Nasky is going to do great things. I cannot wait to see what they're going to have happen, and I think the opportunity is open for so many of our teams here in these 6 matches. Well, that is all for me. Thank you so much for breaking down and having that fun party with me today. I'm going to be back in just a few minutes, but in the meantime, match number 1, over to Vicky, Kitty, and T-Squared.
Thanks, Kate. Yeah, it's awesome to get back onto World's Edge to start, right, Vicky? And we were talking about this in terms of what happens for these teams that have longevity. For example, GMT, right? They were a team 2 years ago. What map were they playing? They were playing on World's Edge, and you saw the way that they were able to dominate that landslide zone that came out yesterday as the players get into the dropship and start flying in on the map as we begin match number 1. Again, you have to go back to how they played match number 4 yesterday, though, and just dominated with the zone knowledge, and we're just able to pick these teams apart while getting a lot of kill points along the way.
Yeah, diving so quick into this game number 1. And, you know, if we were to draw comparisons from what we've been able to see from NA and them starting on World's Edge, we could see how different the lobbies are looking. ESA went from record-breaking points in that round 1 to now kind of matching themselves even with the rest of the lobby now that a lot of these other teams are starting to figure out Storm Point more often, and now that they have the ability to start building up that gap on World's Edge, since this is where they're going to be starting.
Underrated with the early scan for us. You love to see that. They're also fairly close to the zone right here, so this is going to be an easy rotation coming out for them. The triple take. Where's that weapon been? We haven't seen that in quite some time. A lot of people are going with the Havoc instead. You can see that's being picked up, and you also understand that the turbocharger is going to be a big play if you could find that. I also, when we get an opportunity, Vicky, I know that you're big on the crafting and the replicators. I want to know what's in the replicators today.
I don't think it's changed from last night just yet. It's going to be changing soon, but I believe it was the purple extended light mag and the purple 2x4 scope and those weekly rotations, as it's not Sunday, it's here Saturday for that Apex game. We got purple bag, purple helmet, and now looking at where the circle is going to be pulling us, we usually see this circle time and time again, Tom, and it's going to be that lava siphon circle. So you know High Society, they're going to be all over that beacon, and they're already going to have that circle advantage.
Could continue to pull a little bit more south, too. Not quite sure. We saw a lot of harvester zones. This is not going to be a harvester zone. We saw a couple lava fisher ones popping out. Thermal Station was really popular in NA when we saw G2 dominate that one. But this could definitely go on over towards Lava Siphon and Vicky. We know how many teams are going to coexist over there. The rotations are already happening over from the harvester side for Kangarna and IG2. So we'll see what happens for the northern teams, right? You can see they're all making their way eventually through these chokes over towards Landslide, and that's where a lot of the action is going to happen.
Yeah, you can see already 3 teams make it 4 now. A lot of these teams making their rotations in already. And the redeploys wasting no time, too, to be able to try to secure some of that real estate. But look at these Evil Shields already off the rip now. Denze, Kims, he's going to be already rocking those 2 purples. And 4Gang now maybe in some trouble. They're still rocking the crypto here on World's Edge. I love it, but they don't have that defensive character to really lock down this building since they don't have a Caustic.
What's wild is usually 130 is when people start rotating. Teams have already rotated into the circle when 130 was on the clock. So they left right around that 2-minute mark. And when we saw the fastest rotations yesterday, I would say the team at Harvester for North America, XSET, was going extremely fast, faster than I've seen anybody go before. But they weren't really picking up any points along the way. I think they ended up, 12th, 14th overall as we see what's going on in the Lava Siphon area. Definitely expect a team to go on top of that platform, too, where the zip line is. That's always a popular spot.
Yeah, we see sometimes the circle actually pull in that direction as well. It's 4Gang, since they are going to be sharing this building with High Society. High Society, although they do have the best Evo shields in comparison to 4Gang, they have the crypto, so they could use that EMP to build up the Evo shields ever so slightly and be a little pest to the squad that's right on top of them. But as we highlighted before, there's already 2 other squads aside from 4Gang and High Society that have made their way over to this final circle. You can include IG in that conversation, that they're going to be appearing on the other side of this building from where High Society is holding.
So kick in the kill feed, picking up some kills. Very nicely done. One team already eliminated, so Love to see that for Kick.
Wow.
If you're a Kick fan, now 4Gang again, just going to slow play on over here. And we know in these type of situations, there's not really much going to happen. It's going to be a lot of their wall bouncing tactics and maybe some EMPs to go and get your armor up. But there's a blue armor right on that trading cart. We'll see if they end up going for this one. There it is, the swap going through. They want to get the Wraith to go for that one just in case you want to queue back. But that is the fastest train cart ever. A little bit slow on the drop there.
The quick turnaround, too. Phoenix understanding, all right, I don't want any business with that. I don't want to put myself out in the open, especially when the rest of the gang is already back here. There goes the crypto drone, and since they are sharing this real estate, they don't have to overextend for that beacon information. They're going to have the drone scan that next line of information for 4Gang, and that will allow 4Gang to plan their next move and to get ahead of the curve for a lot of these squads that are already making this rotation into the circle. They don't want to be stuck in between two teams who are already starting to take some shots at them.
Is he going for the scan, or is he continuing to find out where that blue armor is? Because I'd be tracking that. I'd be like, no, I was so close. But you also saw the wingman shots going on over towards the door. I'm not quite sure if a lot of our new players recognize that with the heavy guns like the wingman like that. You could shoot the door, and it will open if you hit it the correct way. So nice little plays coming through for the 4Gang as they continue to try to get this armor. I'm so connected to this armor. They got it. Thank God. Oof.
And he finally scoops it up, and he's going to be able to hang out in the corner. That's 2 blue Evos for 4Gang, and they need it. Like, again, we said, High Society, they already are rocking those purple Evo shields. Blessed on drop here. T-Rex now in a fight. Talk about some of that early fighting here going down. Believe it was Huskies that Kick were able to take out. So that was the first squad that has gone down so far in our lobby.
Seems they're favoring the southern side of Tree right here, which is quite an unorthodox spot. But, Vicky, we've seen endings on top of where this trailer is. So if you're rocking Caustic, if you're rocking Crypto in these type of situations, you're like, oh, 75 to the face right there. That's a lot of charge rifle damage. Now you have to watch out over towards that choke area. This is really popular and common for your Ashe player to be over here because you know you can just phase breach right back on over towards your team, right? So it's almost kind of like that Loba bracelet distance.
Yeah, that's the insurance policy right there. So if you need to get out of a tricky situation, you could definitely do that. But with that squad having the crypto drone, and wow, look at the amount of teams already taking up this shop here. Ascend being another one of those squads holding the other side of the building by 4Gang. High Society again on the high ground. IG making their way over here. So a lot of these teams are just going to be waiting it out. But we need to highlight the amount of cryptos that we've seen so far in this lobby. That means that all of these teams are going to be able to get that scan on the beacon and have that information. It's not just going to be an isolated situation for 4Gang.
So many cryptos, you'd think this was TSM FTX. Nobody, all right. That's well. We'll put that one. We'll vault that one.
No.
All right, like the Spitfire, Vicky. We'll get them next time.
Hey, you know what? One thing I could definitely be scared about is the Spitfire in the hands of Hal, but especially those EMPs putting in the pressure on those Evo shields. It's just going to be racking up the progress that you're going to be making on your own Evo shield. Phoenix also landing those wingman shots. You highlighted earlier, the wingman, if you hit those double doors in a particular way, you could open them, and you don't need just that rampage charge up to break through. And now 4Gang, they're going to be able to overlook some of the action happening over by Lava Siphon. Just look how many crypto drones are on their way to the beacon. It's like there's so much traffic up in the air right now.
Traffic, I feel like I'm on vacation when I see those crypto drones flying around. I just want to kind of kick my feet up, enjoy the third-person observer mode that they bring to the table until the EMPs come crashing down, the bubbles go down, defensive bombardments, bloodbath, melee shots coming through. Ascend, Kashera, I love hearing Kashera talk about how he's getting ready for the playoffs, talking about his team. I love that he's able to, again, change from legend to legend too. The flatline's been really popular. Let's see what he's going to be able to do in terms of getting knowledge for his team as well. Going to be trying going and maybe being a pest with those doors. That's probably one of my favorite things with crypto is just trolling everybody with the doors, just opening and closing them.
I spy with my little eyes a rat in this corner, and I also love being a bit of a pest here with that crypto drone. You know they're shooting at it, but now destroying that drone, Ascend needs to wait a little bit here. Highlighting where this team is currently positioned in the overall standings. I believe it's 19th. They had a bit of a rough start, but they definitely are starting to figure things out. And as we get started on World's Edge, I think this is going to benefit teams like Ascend more often than not.
I love the vibe they're putting down. Let's hop into a quick little SOT with Sarah to see what he was talking about beforehand.
If you're just joining Apex Legends, what I will recommend you to do is like starting to grind ranked, first of all, getting to those higher tier levels, and then starting to find people with the same mindset as you. Start getting into ALGS competitions, smaller competitions, and just try to get as much experience as you want. As you start this path, you're gonna start finding like what suits you, what's not. Like you start to get into all these different situations that's gonna help you improve. And you're gonna see if this is actually one thing that you want to commit. It's gonna be a long walk. It's hard work, and yeah, like Apex is fun, and Apex with competition is even funner.
The drone wars, they continue. We have stows in this lobby, but one of the things about crypto, I love playing them, but I never trust those darn banners. I feel like there's more than 5 teams in this vicinity, I swear.
Right? And you see so many of those drones now, solo queue goats with the redeploy. Don't know if they know all the action that's waiting for them on the other side of this landing, but I love this position that they're taking away from those buildings that are surrounding that beacon. They can overlook all of the drones just flying in this airspace. It's not just the redeploys that are congesting that airspace. It's all these EMPs ascend too with some of that extra knowledge. The EMPs going back and forth. It's going to be able to build into these Evo shields as Kashera is going to already make that swap just in case to see if they want to get post kills. Blue Evo shield back up to purple.
I like that rotation from solo queue goats. And Vicky, when we're talking about what solo queue goats did wrong yesterday, what do you think? I'm thinking maybe they just didn't rotate early enough or find good rotations like that. But they're playing a little bit more central now. Instead of going on over towards the edge, they were catching a lot of third parties, and then they were catching late rotations that weren't very favorable. Is that something that you agree with?
Yeah, most definitely. I definitely think that their redeploys were just a little too late in the middle of those rotations. They were honestly caught in positions where they were stuck in between multiple teams because they went in for those later rotations when solo queue goats are usually the type of team to just be frag heavy. They love getting those kills. They love cleaning up on their way to that final circle. But yesterday, we saw a lot of these teams doing exactly what we're seeing right now. Take that final circle positioning and just play patiently. Yeah, we saw a team get dropped early on in this game, and now they get to see some fighting, but this is exactly why now. As this fighting's happening on the outside, you already know that teams like Ascend are going to be able to try to poke from afar and try to pick up some KP from a distance.
789 locking down that platform. That's not the platform that we're talking about with the zip line. We're thinking more or less the high ground one over there, but this is another platform that's extremely popular, and you could coexist on the high ground, on the low ground. You see the pings going down. That's another very viable spot. But it's a little bit too early to lock that down, right? Because we know the Valkyrie Skyward dives are going to come on top of that. There's going to be a handful of people with 3x scopes, charge rifles, etc., etc. Now Desu on the Bangalore has a smoke in the back pocket if it needs to be used. So this is a good situation to be in, and this is what you have to do when teams start to fly in over towards you. Again, there's going to be a team in this trailer. There's going to be a team below you. There's going to be a team on the pings. That's why you have to consistently keep your head on a swivel.
And highlighting 789 as we take a look at their team composition, they're running the Bang on World's Edge. It's not Storm Point out here. Bang on World's Edge and the Bloodhound. So Gibby-less composition for a team like 789 could be risky in the position that they're currently in, but they do get to see this fighting that's happening inside of this Lava Siphon building as 4Gang too. With the intel of the crypto drone, they see the portal that's outside. They know there's a care package that's going to be blessing them here, but with the dome coming out a little bit late, the Arcstar sneaks its way through, but they're still going to be safe to obtain whatever's in this care package. And ooh, that's a Spitfire out here, wondering who from Fort Gang is going to be able to scoop that up.
I almost thought that was the world's worst care package, right? That's like my care packages that I get ranked. I'm like, okay, 2-4X, battery, what's on the other side, right? Like a purple armor? No, it was a Spitfire. That thing's going to absolutely rip his 789, taking the fight.
They found the opportunity after getting that knock, and now they're going to be able to fully send it on that truck, and a beautiful clean fight at that, as they're going to be able to come out on top, and now they're going to be able to clear up that real estate here too. That's Se Compota, yeah? And they're not going to behave themselves, so 789 going to be able to get this gold Evo shield up to date. They're going to have those purple Evos that they're working with, and they're still controlling this platform that you were highlighting before. Yeah, it's not the high ground zipline platform off to their right, but they know a lot of teams like to redeploy in that spot, and if you do rotate there early, it could be really risky.
Vicky with the early circle prediction. Don't flex on him too hard, Vicky, all right? Relax a little bit. I know that you're trying to poach her for a coach or an analyst. All right, she's ours. You can't have her, all right? She predicted it perfectly as the cryptos are just going to continually scan that zone over and over again. That's huge information.
I take that as like its own mini game here, just basically predicting where that next circle is going to pull. And we get to hear how a lot of these teams love it when those IGL calls are on points, because then they have so much faith in that IGL call. They also are able to recognize which 50-50s they want to take if they can't really nail down where that final circle is going to be pulling. Because, of course, if you do fully commit and that circle pulls completely away from you, you're going to be put into a situation like Solo Q Goats was in just yesterday, where they were forced to funnel out into the open and deal with the onslaught of pressure of so many teams that have the high ground on you.
It makes me wonder how many teams are going to rock Crypto. This is a team that does not have that, and they have a double rotation composition with Ashe and Valkyrie. Let's hop into a quick listen with T-Rex and hear what they're thinking.
No, they moved.
Like,
They can't play this.
Side, right?
No, there is 100%. There was a team up there earlier. There's no way they moved. They're just going to sit in the corners. Yeah, there's a team that made a port into this truck now.
Okay. That's fine.
We just
They're
have to
in
play
there,
there.
right? If they
Yeah,
don't play there, that means nothing to us. That's completely fine. Yeah, we just play for this corner, right?
Yep.
Okay.
We just gotta live in another zone, like that's it. We just gotta live in other zones. A lot of rocks that we can play. This guy might look at us, so I'm gonna 100% Ashe port us
Do
across.
not think he can do anything. You might not need to be honest, though.
I'm just
like-
gonna use it. It's not worth getting fucking cravered or
Okay,
something.
I hear you. Just tell us when you're doing it, okay? Give us a countdown and shit, okay?
Yeah.
Because we still got time on zone.
He'll be over here, looking at us.
You got scared.
Alright, I'm gonna do it now. Come to me.
Okay.
Just drop down.
Okay, now we just hold the spot.
Yep. I'm
Is
gonna
this
I'm gonna
playable?
watch your back. Yeah, it should be playable.
Not because of height.
But on me, Blast. On me, not out there, bro. Batting.
Coming back. Zone pulled wide. We might just be able to Valk out now and get a spot back here. I don't think anyone will be there.
We can land for
Actually,
this.
no. I mean, do you think it's worth owning
I
now?
know this spot's playable too, but it's probably taken.
Someone could be wrapping around the tunnel right now. Could,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, if we go as late as we can, teams will die, and we'll get placement as we're doing it. I have no bats, by the way. Can you give me one?
Yeah, here. I only have one left.
It's fine. We both have one. And we can
Is
just go
that team
very
still in the
late.
truck, by the way?
I don't see them. Not really a way for us to know at this angle. Yeah, they're back here.
Can we
Yeah,
walk
they're-
up? Can we walk up and fight them? Maybe.
We'll get fighting in our back. Oh, hang on.
By who? By who?
Wait,
Just walk
they
up
might, yeah, they did. Okay, let's go.
Let's walk up. Let's walk up.
Building is going to look towards holding us as well.
Well, no one's
Maybe
here
we
now.
can play Roof of Siphon. Middle, maybe?
Oh, Roof of Siphon's actually good late. But
Yeah.
we're gonna get EMP'd and fucking Gibby ulted like crazy, I think.
True. Maybe even playing below, like, you know this
I know
area
this
down
spot's
here?
good. Like, I think we should.
Okay, yeah, sorry. No,
Listen,
I hear you.
There's a spot over here that Alliance always plays. It's pretty decent. But when we're
I-
flying, we can see if the roof is not taken. If it's not taken, we can just go roof.
Yeah, but like, yeah, and we just run around it.
You're literally in the middle of the zone.
Yeah, you're in the middle. Yeah, that's why I want to stay away from it. So I think we play for the roof.
Okay.
Backside
We should
of the
do it
roof.
from. We should do it from behind this.
Yeah, we should walk up a bit, I think.
Yeah. Just do it from here, Blast. Do it from here.
Yeah.
Do it now. Do it
come
now.
on.
Do it now. Do it now. Do it now. We need to get there first before other teams do it. Remember, we're playing this side.
Nobody
We're
on
playing
roof
this
right
side.
now.
Yeah,
Nobody on
just
roof right
take it. Literally land right here.
They're gonna peek us. They're gonna peek us.
Okay,
They're on
then
roof
we
right
land
now.
on the left side.
Land on me,
the left
land on
side.
me. Look.
One guy.
Yeah. Headshot.
100 Wraith. Nice.
Hold it.
Now,
Hold the
hold
climb
this.
up.
Yeah. I'm watching for other Valk ults. You guys watch the climb ups. I am watching for other Valk ults.
Yeah. They're just sitting on door.
Yep. There's a climb up here, Blast, as well.
I can't watch that one. Quentin needs to watch it.
They land and they're alive. I love listening to those rotation comps. We were talking about the 50-50s with the positioning that a lot of these teams take on purpose and not overcommit, and that's exactly what we saw T-Rex do. They don't want to commit to the high ground on the platform there because they saw in that moment that the circle pulled away. So really good moves and patience from T-Rex to use that redeploy to take this high ground, boot that Wraith off, and now they have a really good spot and position here alongside with the beacon right to their right.
Yeah, that's a great point, Vicky. But you could also see in the kill feed, Na'Vi is on top of 69 IQ, and we also are getting word that Ascend took down GMT. So a lot of big kills going down at 69 IQ, now going to be eliminated. But it's surprising that no one took this roof.
Yeah, it was so many teams taking up the real estate over to the left of Lava Siphon as Na'Vi is still in this fight, playing off of the low ground. They look like they had the advantage here, but Densei coming in with those shots takes them down. Now it's only up to Rugby. Can he get the shield swap? Oh, it looks like it was empty. He phases out. He can't take the portal. He's trying to get away, but he's about to run into two other teams.
He is going to get the player outline over towards the side. He's pinched in between multiple players over here. No one's checking him out quite yet. He does have a med kit if he wants to pop that, but there's a full three-man squad right over the shoulder. Na'Vi with the kills, but will they get the placement points? Yes, you can see the rat job coming in from Vex Gaming. They are just all on top of each other over here in the corner.
they have to hear them. They have to hear Rugby. He's quite literally to their right. They have the Havoc with the Turbocharger too. That's going to be scary as 4Gang get that res with the Dome. They buy in that space. They try to actually give in some of that suppressed fire. They still alive, but Phoenix can only do so much with that blue Evo shield. It's Mutarium who are making those waves. Now the third party is going to be able to roll in, and they're only working off of 2 blue Evo shields.
Very nicely done to try to get the reset. The nades were very well placed, but now the massive shots are trying to connect, and you can see through the smoke some serious damage. Unlucky going to go and hit that battery, but you said, Vicky, those are very empty armors, so we'll see how they're going to be able to recover over here as the medkit's going to be popped by Unlucky any second. But the bubble with the gold helmet coming back ASAP, that is big for the Mutarian team.
How Solo Q Goats is doing. Saw Solo Q Goats in the kill feed, lighting things up. Vex Gaming getting taken out too in that situation. But Dolly now playing off of the little corner here. But so many of these teams now being funneled out of Lava Siphon buildings are going to be put into the line of sight of the teams that took the high ground overlooking Lava Siphon, like Solo Q Goats, who are still holding on to this ground. You can see them in this fight. The Dome being able to negate any of that pressure from the Thermite, but here comes Shiv. He's going to go as the entry frag, but over to his flank. IG International have made their moves. The wingman shots landing in from Brian, and he's got the gold mag on top of it all.
This is going to be huge for IG if they can clear this out, but look at how many squads are in this final zone. I thought that we had a lot yesterday. 11 squads, 28 players, half of the team still alive here, Vicky.
Gotta give the props over to Solo Q Goats, though, who took this spot first. With that redeploy, they predicted this is where the circle was going to pull originally over by that north building of Lava Siphon that you currently see IG sitting in. They hear the fighting happening underneath them, but they don't want to give up this spot, too. They know that there's 6, it's clear. They know that the ring is against their back, and they know that there's another team right across the hall from them.
Kick is having a field day as Horizon's going to take 7, 8, 9 down in that kill feed. You can see now Na'Vi on the ropes. They're going to be eliminated. Kick is starting to heat up over here, which you love to see. 4 kills already on the board for OJ Rain, and now the battery going to have to be hit as the bubble is going to go down. That zone's going to start moving here, and we still have a handful of full squads in this one, and we're saying, when's that triple take going to come out? Well, Dolly is going to bust that out for Gungarna.
See, but Dolly now has to heal up that blue Evo shield, too. Playing this off of low health and onto the low ground, too. You're going to get pressured out by the team who's already taken up that real estate up on the high ground. That's probably IG up there. You saw how Kick was playing off the low ground, too, inside of that building. A lot of these teams have taken up that real estate here, and now with the circle closing in, you're forced to actually go out into the open here. It's going to be a bloodbath soon.
Want to know if Graceful is shooting as well as he did yesterday. That's going to be a key for them if they're able to do this. Speaking of shooting well, Bryn with the PK shots, excuse me. The phase breach is going to go over towards the window, but that's not going to be enough cover. Now IG is going to go out in 7th place. Everybody starting to take each other out in that kill feed on the right side, but Kick seems to have the positioning, they seem to have the communication, and they're A-OK up on top of the high ground.
This is beautiful for Kick. They are popping off. They are landing these shots. These big mod guns are coming in clutch. OJ Ryan, he's going to be able to move in. You can see the portal now being set up. They're going to try to see if they can even set up for a kidnap. They were trying to actually restabilize here. And now Kick, he manages to maybe bring somebody. No, he doesn't. So close. They were expecting the kidnap to come through. But Kick are going to be able to drop from the high ground. They have the dome, but they knew that there was a squad waiting for them on their 6.
103 and 36. The PK just doing serious damage right there. And again, Kick is starting to take down the lobby. However, you can see Hierarcha is going to go down. That means there's going to be no bubble here. So will they be able to recover this? You know the banner is not going to be able to get done. Gungarna now in a 2v2 over towards the side. The EVA 8's not connecting as much as the flat line. And now it is up to Waku with that PK. Can he rat this one out? Vicky, 2 teams fighting directly on top of him.
Ooh, you don't need a dome if you could just share another person's dome. Waku playing from the low ground, so is Rats, though, a solo. He gets a shield swap. He knows there's a player right above him, but it's Ascend with the comeback. They held their ground, and they take game number 1.
What a crazy final circle. 11 teams. It doesn't get any more intense than that. You can just see everybody getting on over towards that Lava Siphon side. You can play that game amazing for, what, 15, 20 minutes, and it all comes down to the final 5 minutes.
You were talking about it before, Tom. This is why you had this team out in your sights, but Ascend has been making moves, and again, with this transition into World's Edge being the first map that we have within our first 3 games for today, I think it's going to heavily benefit teams like Ascend going forward.
No doubt about it. Crypto is looking so strong in the EMEA region right now, and when you go on over to Stormpoint, Bangalore is looking really strong as well as we take a look at how many kills they were able to do. 15 for Kick, they were going nutty. Interestingly enough, Kungarna and Rats combined for 1 kill overall.
Wow, 15 kills. Kick were popping off. I mean, we saw them drop down from the high ground. They had won King of the Hill there. They moved in for the third party. IG had Killman for the third party themselves. Took out Solo Q Goats. Then Kick made their appearance. But Ascend taking the dub, they were placed on the other side of all that chaos that was happening inside of the building.
Caustic is so crucial in these instances. Crypto with Honestly, Valkyrie is almost a must pick in these instances as well, but so many different legends, so many different compositions, so many different layers of strategy makes you wonder what's going to happen for the rest of these games and where that zone is going to pull. I love the Lava Siphon zones. You really don't get that many teams filtered in unless you're looking over towards that fragment side, but that could be the most compact zone we've ever seen in the ALGS so far.
I mean, it was insane. What, 11 teams in that final zone? That was crazy. Solo Q Ghosts, we even saw holding on to the high ground for so long. They fell in 12th place, and they were only able to pull in 2 kills.
Reminds me of what TSM was doing yesterday, where you see amazing play again for, 15, 20 minutes, and then you have to make this extremely hard rotation. That zone starts collapsing in. One thing you know, instead of looking left, you look right, and your team's out of a bubble, and they're out of the game. So that's just what happens in these type of lobbies. Very fast-paced, great decision-making. I love the listen-ins that we did with T-Rex as they were going through all of those different shot calls to get to that roof.
Also really surprised to see GMT sitting in that 17th spot. We were talking about GMT earlier on, but looking at the progress that we have from our champion squad, Ascend out here, all these members over 1,000 damage. I absolutely love this. You talk about Kashira on the crypto. I mean, the timing to those EMPs are so crucial in those final circles because that's when all the domes come out, and that EMP is going to negate any of that space being bought for those teams.
Feels like whenever we do those little listen-ins with Kashira, the little picture-in-pictures, Ascent wins. I don't know if that's just me or what happens, but it's like he knows that we are highlighting him, and then he's like, you know what, guys? I'm going to go and pop off. And that's exactly what they did. Great job by Ascent. Feeling good about my pick right now.
I mean, as you should. That first win, pretty heavy here. 10 kills, although it's very surprised to see Kick, not just Kick in 3rd place. I'm not surprised about that, but with 15 kills in game number 1, that's insane. Combined with both Kick and Ascent, leaves some for the rest of the lobby.
And we're going to have more World's Edge on the opposite side of this break. It's going to be Rain Day and Bardoff bringing you the action.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Well, it is a momentous occasion in Apex Legends, James. No, not because it's Game 2 here in EMEA, because I had my first sip of espresso this morning, and boy, it does feel good. We are back after a short turnaround, but excited as always. Big game from Ascend to take first place here after one.
Yeah, we had some big names lost early. GMT, who a lot of people are looking at, they went out early. So did 69 IQ. So maybe they can turn things around themselves in this second game. But a huge victory for Ascend, definitely putting themselves on the map early. Good notes from our other commentators as well as to the rotation from Solo Q Goats, trying to get into a good position early, not to be struggling on the edges. But of course, they're going to have a big target on their back, especially in that big room they're occupying. So a very interesting first game and plenty more to come today here in EMEA.
It is our first time seeing EMEA start in these broadcasts on World's Edge. What do you think that's playing into it, James? Because maps obviously make a difference with the legend picks. How are they making a difference with just the pacing and teams feeling comfortable?
Well, we had quite a few teams in that final ring, so we are seeing slower games on Stormpaint as previously mentioned, but 11 teams in Zone 6. People are finding a way to coexist on World's Edge as well. I think there's a freshness to starting the day in Stormpoint, so when that comes second, then I feel like maybe the business end of the shotgun is going to be towards the end of the day. But starting on World's Edge, I don't know, I think maybe people will come in a little colder. I think there's perhaps more alertness, more readiness when you have that fresh, newer map in front of you immediately. So perhaps when it's Old Faithful, perhaps it can catch you off guard, at least in your first game of the day.
A team I want to talk about a little bit here, Kick. They're sitting at 10th. Obviously, these guys got to perform. They have played in 3 rounds like everyone else in EMEA. We're kicking off our 4th here. But Kick, obviously starting off really, really strongly. They're a team that on the bubble for obviously if it started now making LAN. But, you know, Wako or OJ Range, it's a really nice kind of team that they put together that can play consistently enough. You think Mutarium maybe would have been the team over the last day and a half we've been talking about after 2 days ago. Great performance, getting into second. Maybe it's Kick's day. I know there's some underdogs on my radar. Anybody on your radar, James, that kind of is maybe sneaking under what we're talking about most of the day?
I think Kick is definitely a good call. They are a name which have been on our lips in some of the previous days, but moving into the second game, I think Kungana, you know, it's a name that we are no strangers to, but not one we've mentioned recently. I was looking at them for the commentator picks, but I wasn't feeling them necessarily today, but I would hope that they will surprise us. I think that would be a pleasant surprise because they're definitely not at their peak at the moment, and it's surely a matter of time until they get there once again.
Well, it's World's Edge. Time to buckle up, get in, get ready to go, because it's coming at you 100 miles an hour. Game 2. And before you know it, we will be on a new map. But so far, Ascend have found themselves at the top yet again, playing the crypto as well. Got some great thoughts yesterday as we settle into Game 2 here. Music kind of dwindling us down as the loadouts start to get selected. But really the crypto and the impact that it's had on Europe, the value that it's bringing to the table, the strength, obviously even some of the technical qualms from the change to the drone and the easiness of the queue. You had a little bit of a conversation with Nasky about that.
Yeah, I think with the changes to the crypto drone, if you're holding down the queue to go straight into the drone, it does feel like it takes a little too long the way it is at the moment. So I would hope there could be some more fluidity in that, and they just make it shorter hold of the queue to go into the go into it, because again I think one of the greatest strengths as a player of Apex is just how fluid, like your sense of freedom and how you move around and the activities you do, be it the abilities of your character or even using the inventory, everything. And I think we maybe need a slight tweak to holding down Q in crypto with these changes for it to be back to that fluid feeling that we used to have.
Well, so much to do and so much to see here. Look at this circle pulling towards a little bit north of Geyser, towards Fragment West. We've seen one of these circles actually already yesterday, and a lot of the teams on Overlook, I forget, it might have been actually Scars. I know some memorable listen-ins where they were hyping each other up, hitting a couple of nice Sentinel shots across the way towards the team at Epicenter, which was Solo Q Goats at the time. So we are not going to be shying away from this one. All of the teams knowing very much where they need to start rotating now, and they will start to make their way. It's almost like a conga line, James. Everyone following that same path, trying to get involved in a good position early. That seems also to have made the biggest difference. You know, if I could add one bit of insight that I have noticed, it seems that when TSM, if you look at North America, and when teams that were looking like solo queue goats were looking, because Tom brought it up about tough rotations and kind of being stuck with nowhere to go, getting to your spot early seems to have been a much more successful route than playing edge lately, just from what I'm seeing with how congested these final circles are.
For sure, and I think we're certainly seeing that being a higher priority on World's Edge, but when we get to Stall Point, I wonder what the contrast will be like, because again, we have seen some underwhelming, very, very late movements inside the fire of the ring. We'll see if that is going to be a trend today as well. But as we can see, the area where Huskies are and 4Gang were previously headed to has got busy very quickly indeed. 4Gang, it looked like they had to go for a plan B and find a different building. And many teams will be looking for some shelter now, but it is, of course, going to be extremely limited indeed. Huskies, though, will certainly have something. And we can see, and they can probably hear that there is a team below them. I don't think there'll be any gaps in this particular building, but in some others, we can find that to be the case.
Then they take off the shield there as it drops. It should, however, still have taken a little bit of damage. As you can see, Huskies just healing up. CL finding a couple of shield cells. You got to take that off much earlier, and almost has to be a blank shield on the ground before it doesn't take damage from the crypto. We saw to that a long time ago with some of the changes to how that EMP works and the shield interactions. It used to be, hey, everybody take your shields off in 3, 2, 1. The whole lobby just, you know, gets a little bare-chested for a while, then puts it right back on.
Kidnap.
But look at this. Dell, GMT getting involved here.
Oh, we're going to see Kidnap!
Uh-oh!
Did he get someone?
I don't think he might have. He might have just gone back, though. He might have got him, but he might have just went back. It was a great attempt. And look, they seem like they're chasing. The only reason I could see Nasky going in there is because he felt he could win the fight, but he gets downed immediately. Nasky, what just went down? Nasty, looking nasty on the phase. But it's going to be Dell who cleans him back up. At least Strafe has a chance here, as well as Nasky, to reset with the Phoenix kits and pass one over to his brother. Jeez, Louisa, James, that was an interesting interaction.
Nasky getting his Leroy Jenkins on. That guy just went for the full send. But Macy he managed to escape that. That was rabid. That was scary indeed. He's just putting it out there. I'm willing to do anything. I'm willing to do anything. My lords, that was crazy.
You know, it's funny because they did go get a little aggressive early. I think this is great places. This is a great place to fight from. And in this epicenter circle that kind of closes around, epicenter, overlook, and fragment, and kind of centers in, you do see two different angles on which to approach it. You can kind of approach it from the fragment side, which, if you were watching yesterday, the heroics of Shiv in solo queue goats, I mean, trying to make his way out from that building towards where the center was closing. It was only because Ascend fell from the high ground and stopped him, but that is the one way to take this angle. The other way to do it is to be in these buildings. So if it does veer south, you have a chance not only to fight and stay in a contained location as long as possible, but then you can take kind of the high ground, actually, as it starts to dip underneath the train tracks and towards the road before you get to fragments. So two different ways to approach this, but I tend to like and feel more comfortable on the side that GMT are on, alongside Huskies.
I need to see more kidnap attempts. Where are the accelerants at? That was quite the entertaining, especially what happened afterwards. Just a chapter that we weren't expecting to read, but no harm done ultimately for the likes of GMT. Rolling with Huskies now, as again, they're playing the long game. They've got their position, and they'll try to hold on to their shields as well. So it will be on the floor for the time being. Do like a husky myself. I think if you're going to have a dog, it should be able to climb stairs. Otherwise, what is the point? You might as well get a hamster.
Hey, don't you talk about little dogs like that. I like a Maltese. Okay, you know, but a dog that can climb stairs, I agree with you. Those are one of a kind right there. Those are some special animals. Big fan in this house, and I'm sure James is as well. All the dog lovers out there, I'm sure, rooting for Huskies in their heart deep down, whether they say so or not. IG International, team that has been around the block here in EMEA, and surprisingly, we have not watched them on our broadcast. That's because we have not seen Group D until today on the official broadcast for the ALGS in EMEA, which is exciting because this is one of the teams that has such star power, such momentum, and hopefully a great route to get into this end game. Let's listen in to IG International.
Just check everything, 3-man everything. Everybody wants to speak, and don't forget.
Looks alright. Yeah, no one inside.
I'm on the roof.
My fat ass can't fly. Ain't nobody inside the towers.
I'm on, you ready, Robin?
I'm in for my jetpack fuel.
Hit it, vibes. We're going to survey and craft, and we're going to try and hit this. Ooh. Yeah, we're going to play this high ground, okay?
One of these. No?
Do you think anybody knows this? Yeah, right, Brent is.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
we're coming from. We're coming in from here. We're coming in from here.
A lot of people know this. There's so many beacons around. Overlook team as well.
All right. We're coming in from respawn. Height, okay, boys? Yes, epicenter of height.
Yeah.
We're going to go craft real quick and survey. And then we're going to Valcott from there. Craft rammers, guys, is probably okay if you have bats. I only have 2 bats, so I'm going to craft some bats, but you guys craft rammers.
I'll 6 bats. I'll craft 1 bat and then maybe some okay.
I'm throwing this. Stay together. Let's not risk splitting up.
I'm on your dick right now.
Give me thermites as well for my rampage.
I've got 1 in my inven.
Alright, nice.
Well, IG International just making their way downtown, as most of these teams need to do. Replicators, though, James, in their sights, as has been the staple for many of the days here in ALGS.
Yeah, the value of these replicators is rising. And again, with the purple backpack in there, you can see why. Lots to gain from this. We'll probably have to craft some med packs as well, the way things are going. So they'll be in the zone for a while, heading towards Epicenter afterwards, as we have heard. Not the only guys in the zone either. Saw some other teams around the map elsewhere, but again, it's very busy in the building area, and they're waiting for much of this open space to go as the zone continues to close. So Huskies still be chilling for a while, healing up, so they've been taking some damage, again trying to hold on to what little shield cells they have, and that is a sacrifice when you go for position early. We can see that over here we have 4 shield cells and just 2 for Mujiwara, with 2 bats as well, it must be noted, but it's not a whole lot, bearing in mind there are 17 squads alive. So it's difficult to balance position and utility at the same time. So they've gone heavy on position. We see heavy utility with the guys at survey camp crafting their armors and such. And there will be a middle ground, of course, and maybe some people have got a good situation. Like we see Vex, triple purple, gold backpack, plenty of cells, and they've got themselves a building as well in the green zone. So they've managed to get the best of everything.
You know, I kind of liken it to this idea that back in the day when you had to go hunt your own food and you had to bring it back home, and that's how you ate or didn't eat. Totally different situation with how much food you have in the stockpile, and that might be where you're sitting at in a building. This day and age with DoorDash, Grubhub, Uber Eats, you know, you can get food to you in about 20 minutes. And yes, you may be sitting in that building with nothing but a blue, but you know about 10 teams in about 5 minutes are going to be rolling past your neighborhood. And if you just win one fight, if you pick up 1 KP, there's a full loot box waiting for you that has been hand-delivered. So in many ways, I think just because of the way these circles are panning out, James, it is more beneficial to sacrifice some early utility to have a better spot in the end zone. It doesn't mean that it's always going to work out, but I think I'd take that trade now with the way these lobbies are going. It may be a little bit more of a frantic lobby earlier on. I wouldn't, but man, oh man, I just think we 17 teams in these final circles. I mean, it's just, I'd rather have the best position.
If you guys are not aware, you can open care packages with the crypto drone, and we can see multiple cryptos going to see what's in the care package. But the interesting thing is that if it's in the open and you open it quickly, you may give other teams the impression that some other team has looted it, which might stop a team closer to their care package going to get what's in there. But while you're in those buildings, if you have a crypto, that is one way to level up your shields, just by spamming people with ultimates in the meantime. So maybe there's something to be had with the crypto on your team. We still see some rotations at 789 now. Triple Purple will be moving into a building, and they seem to be doing okay for the moment on the edge of the grey, looking to investigate their surroundings, get some high ground with Dave, see what's going on around them, and we'll move into a slightly better position, more forward. So again, patient play so far. Teams mostly taking position, some leveling up their armor and such, but the real game is soon to begin.
It's kind of the fun thing, you know, the slow burn and build, the delayed gratification in Apex Legends and in BR Esports. It's just such a good thing to watch, but the storylines continue to develop. 789, Dave, they've got to watch out. Don't want to lose anyone here. Smoke from Estesu. I'm not sure she was playing this over the week, so this could have been a quick adjustment. We haven't seen a lot of 789's POV, and if she is, then excuse me, obviously I am misinformed, but also if she hasn't been playing a lot of Bang, really an interesting switch up and quick adaptation to the meta. But it is odd on World's Edge. You do see this a lot more on Stormpoint. Unlike teams like Solo Q Go to just play it. Mutarium here and Unlucky. We've seen him clutch once. He almost clutches again, almost gets 2 for the trouble with the Mastiff. And so it should be an easy cleanup from Mutarium. Unlucky did more than his fair share. And it's Shiv FPS and Solo Q Goats, my goodness, who took the fight. And they're going to regret this one.
There goes Diff. Mutarium have to be careful getting their shields up. They were all naked on top of the building and very exposed to shots from multiple directions, which has to be paranoia-inducing. So Zipef is still crawling around somewhere. Not sure if he'll be able to escape, as Shiv's going to have to back off now. And he'll maybe have to be like a carpet beetle and hide in plain sight. Try to get the best position he can. 17 squads remain, and we can see that Zipef has been finished as well. A man of lots of energy, not shy for a very long stream as Zipef, definitely want to tune into. So we've lost a few teams here. We'll soon see on page 4 who has come and who has gone. We have started with 19 teams today, so it's just 2 that we've lost so far.
Engagement here from Kick. They were on the topic earlier on in the day. Sitting in 10th. Looking to increase that. Massive bubble swap. Wingman in hand. Loses out. Jazaz dances on him. Plays a lovely tune. An underrated takedown kick. Surprising start and disappointing as well for a team who was second place after game 1.
Yeah, and this is making things even more interesting. Again, we are seeing some big scalps taken early. This time, of course, it's going to be Kick. So we have seen, I think, an increase in widespreads in the top 5, top 6 teams. Very nice shots from Bryn. Gets it down onto Tyler. Mutarium is surely not long for this one. As I say that, they will be eliminated, and we move to 15. But you know, top 5, top 6 teams, we're seeing a pretty reasonable spread in terms of the score, where it's very viable for any of those teams to win. And it seems that Bryn's not the only person hitting some very nice shots with the wingman. We see 86 coming out of another one for IG, so they're definitely warmed up for today's action, and that shows promise for the games to come.
You are not human if you can hit shots with a 2 times on your wingman. I just don't know how you do it. I'd rather go down than up. I mean, if you give me if you give me an HCOG, I'm good. I'll take it off before I go up. The 2 times, I just feel wonky, man. And shout outs to these guys. I know in your games as well, wingman shots seem to be the bane of many people's existence. Not IG, though. They're doing quite fine. Shiv FPS as well, if you notice, underneath them. So we'll pay attention to that storyline. Meanwhile, Huskies, we talked about them sitting in the spot since the very beginning of the game. Well, guess who shows up? It's delivery, knock, knock at the door, but they're not going to leave it there. It is 69 IQ Esports underneath. Huskies are going to have to go out and get their package, get that delivery, and there may be a little bit of a conversation about how much they paid.
With all these shields on the floor, the only thing we're missing to really add to the mix here is a Loba, and I'm sure we'll see them once we get to Storm Point, but if one suddenly appears, that would be quite interesting. We can see on the X-ray teams falling out of the sky as they try to find some position. I believe that's a Comportia. I can't pronounce it as well as Vicky can, but they've been eliminated. Oh, we've got plenty of time to practice, though. More Valcolt coming through, heading towards the smoke now. And what lies in this smoke? They'll soon find out. Horizon, got to be careful. I see a Bangalore, but how long will they last? Mimu's on the floor now, thanks to the Peacekeeper of Dave. And perhaps there's more for Horizon to do here.
How did he not get hit with anything? 0-0 somehow avoids 2 Arc Stars, 3 Mastiffs, and a grenade. It somehow ends, though. 789 close it down. I was going to say this man just turned on cheat codes or something. There was no way he took 0 damage. Incredible movement and awareness, but it's going to be the end of Horizon. Graceful on Kungarna holding the high ground in the care package here as things start to get even more intense. 13 squads remaining. It's Shiv who actually stopped. Shiv takes down Noises. He takes down Urban. Does he take down all of IG as a solo yet again? Shiv pulling out heroics off your screen. We'll have to follow along with that, but Kungarna, meanwhile, still doing some work with the car up here. Graceful looking strong.
Bryn finally puts a stop to Shiv. Headshot with the Peacekeeper, and he is out of it for now. Underrated, eliminated. We move to 11 as Kungarna create some space for themselves and find themselves some loot, taking everything by force. That zone is going to get very, very small indeed in just under a minute, and I cannot see 10 squads in that grey circle. That is simply not happening. Even if we get to 4, I'll be surprised, although now we get to 9 as Rats are eliminated. Blast and Co will soon have to leave this door, and there is not much cover once they make their way out of here, so they better have a plan ready for 36 seconds from now.
They've bought themselves enough time, though, and sometimes just thinking, just waiting, just watching gives you the key to unlock where you need to move after this. 8 squads left, and simply surviving seems to be doing enough. 69 IQ Esports can barely do that, though, as Kashira takes down Bryn. Dell takes down K-Swinny. GMT back in the mix, 7 points. 3 just added because of the success there, but it's still Slayer's alive. He's holding down a placement point for Vexed for Gang. Kungarna, T-Rex, and Ascend to fight alongside GMT for and Nasty and Nasky. They've got shields on the ground. They're ready for the crypto ults, and they're ready to give them back. As well as 7 squads remaining. The zone now starting to move in about 35 seconds, James. We are going to get to the end of round 5.
Surely Slayers dies in the next 10 seconds. I don't see how he can survive a lone Valk. Even if he wants to ult, where does he go? I don't see how he survives here. I think he's got 2 teams immediately around him as well. We see the crypto ult spreading the wealth towards Kungarna, who still have some space. We can see Vexed are ahead of them, and they could get ambushed potentially. They do have high ground, however, but they have multiple angles to focus on. So we'll see if they've got the discipline and the focus to have their 6 covered at the same time. More harassment from Crypto Ults. Where are your shields? Jenny's Corn is on the floor now, and Bambino may have to do it alone as Mun is very close to going down. Escapes for a while, but where does he go? There isn't much cover for him. If he's lucky, he can get a shield off. 5 squads, 1 team above him as well. Only manages to pop 1 cell as they are absolutely surrounded by fire, and now he really is alone for his team. I don't know if he survives this.
I'd rather be alone and with a Kraber than maybe with someone else who's got a P2020. I like his odds. Kungarna, of course, rocking 3 strong, 2 purples and a gold. Can they get the ultimate prize here after winning? They're going to rotate down on the bottom. No, they're just going to bide their time. They see someone rotating in front as well. Can you believe it? 5 squads left still. Round 6. So many teams can take this. GMT, Vexed, T-Rex, Kungarna, and of course Ascend, the leaders of the lobby. Can someone usurp them right now? Ascend certainly have a great position. They've got the crypto also. They're going to be fighting against another crypto team, but is the ultimate ready? We know the interdimensional rift isn't for VX, and he gets hit with an arc star. He's going to have to go back into the void. That'll buy him some time in vulnerability frames, James, but that's not enough necessarily to win this.
The doomsday clock begins. That circle is about to close, and this cover, these rocks are no longer going to be friendly to Ascend. They're going to have to press forward. But can they find the superior timing? Trying to get their shields up at present. We can see Wraiths slipping around as well as T-Rex wonder which way to bite. 7 kills for Kungarna now, and they're looking for more as they try to get into the top 3. Finding some angles, not exposing themselves for too long. Again, trying to survive, trying to keep your shields up, trying to have position for as long as you can. It will be fantastic for them. GMT holding for position, but down goes Max Strafe. Nasky and Dell have to put in work now.
He's got to do it with the Peacekeeper. It's 90 essentially, but he splits the difference between the Shield of the Gibraltar. God, that character is so good, and Nasty Nasky left with nothing in the tank. It's T-Rex chomping on the competition. Absolutely Jurassic plays. Kungarna as well falling down. The missile swarm hits 1 too many for anyone in the lobby. JMW right back to the top of Everest. Is Ascend still alive? They are. Kungarna, though, with Graceful hitting the shield bat as well as KNG JMW. 2 squads left. It is T-Rex and Kungarna, James, fighting for supremacy here. Kungarna up on top, T-Rex holding the bottom.
I don't know if T-Rex can make it to the top with those tiny arms. Kangana shooting down on them, trying to do what they can. Badoli's been eliminated. That means no zone for them. They could drop into the other one, though. JFW has no shields. He's got to do it all alone now. This is going to be so awkward for him, and it will be T-Rex the champion. Doesn't matter how high you are, T-Rex will bite your head off eventually. That is a fantastic win for them in a very competitive lobby.
Wow, wow, wow. What a play. What a performance from T-Rex. Really unbelievable stuff. And there were a lot of great teams that could have been involved in that one and had their name stamped on the winner POV. But T-Rex from the low ground nonetheless, surviving Ascend, surviving Kangarna, surviving GMT. It's a really amazing performance on the day.
Wow.
And 14 kills to boot. That is impressive.
Yes, they really got the bag in that game. And, you know, you have to give them credit. Kangana had their Gibraltar down first, which means that there's no dome for the other players. And as we could see, they really struggled to get their shields up, of course, because you don't have that dome. You have no protection. There's no cover anymore because the zone was so small, so closed in on them. And that really put T-Rex, even from the bottom, in a position to when Kangana didn't have the tools they needed to just make themselves a bit stronger. T-Rex exploited them and the whole lobby with 14 kills.
I mean, it's a really good showing as well from 789. Solo Q Goats, similar misfortunate moments, losing 2, Shiv staying alive, doing some heroic work, but only gets 1 kill off of it, and so that's 2 points total. Horizon, they were involved in a pretty decent position. Kick, Mutarium, definitely surprising point totals for them, and Not a Sincere with another goose egg to start off the start of the day. It has been a dynamic performance, though, from some other teams that deserve to be in the spotlight. You cannot say enough about T-Rex. Kangarna also putting in absolute work. GMT and Ascend both being pretty consistent over the day, but Ascend will certainly be at the top of this leaderboard, I think, with an 11-point game off of that following their Game 1 win.
We see the scores on the doors here. Oxbow and Kearney tying with 6 kills each. Oxbow just ahead in terms of damage, both with 4 assists as well. But you can see across the board that it was a team effort for T-Rex. And for an early game, to have so many kills and the victory is going to be fantastic, especially with a new organization name above your heads. That is great to see. Put your name out there and make sure that everybody pays attention.
Yeah, what's also interesting, and that I like what Oxbow and Kearney and Blast are doing, is playing the Ashe on World's Edge, kind of committing to this character. We see it a lot, but we also see probably just as many teams switch off to the Wraith for World's Edge. And even GMT having the success in many times. Not today. So I appreciate that they are sticking with their guns. I think this is actually maybe more meta than people think. I'm not sure you need to change compositions away from the Ashe on World's Edge, from Stormpoint. But either way, T-Rex putting a significant impact into the lobby today. Game 2 going their way, a big 26-point game. Let's see where it shows they've ended up on the leaderboard. Ascend, as we thought, still on top, but not by much.
Yeah, and in these early games, you can see how much improvement you can do. GMT moving up 9 places, T-Rex moving up 8 places. So again, it's still early days, and this could look very different in 3 or 4 games from now, but an early start is a good start, and Ascend and T-Rex will be certainly happy. Kangana as well, a name that we certainly mentioned. We're looking for something from them, and we've seen a fair bit so far. They are 10 points behind the leaders, but that could easily be reduced with another good performance in Game 3.
Nice to see Mutarium in there. Really excited for 789 in the climb. 12 points, up 2. Can they keep it up? I know a lot of old school Apex fans are looking forward to that. K-Swinny and the boys, Slayers, Nags, 69 IQ, up 3 for Gang as well. As you get a look at our overall leaderboard here in EMEA. There's only been 2 games so far. This is the 3rd one on World's Edge, and it's a different shift, and so we'll see Stormpoint coming up in Game 4. But for now, that is going to do it for James and I. In just a moment, you're going to see Vicky and Tom come through. We'll see if Ascend can keep this up. Is T-Rex chomping at the bit for another win potentially? And what about 789? I like following that storyline. Can they keep going upwards and onwards back to their former glory? We'll find out after this.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series. Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
If you are an Apex Legends fan, you've come to the right place. The high level of competition is out of this world right now. T-Squared and Vicky Kitty bringing you the action here on World's Edge here for game number 3. And we've had 2 different winners, 2 different zones, obviously. But my pick, I'm feeling good.
Yeah, as you should. I mean, top 3, getting the win in game number 1 and staying top 3 in game number 2, looking really good for Ascent. But I also really love to give that love over to the Challenger Circuit teams who made their way into staying in this Pro League, into the Split 2. And that's going to be T-Rex winning with 14 kills. Now looking at the overall leaderboard here, Outplayed. Over by the other side, that's going to be Group B versus C. That's happening on twitch.tv/versusgaming_GG. Look how close it is, though. It's looking very similar to the results that we were seeing yesterday with Outplayed after that game. They're sitting at 26 points. And Phoenix Legacy, though, they've been climbing up. They're another one of those teams that have really been consistently started from the bottom, and now we're here.
One of the teams that you have to watch out for, though, is Nemesis, too, in 10th place. They jumped up 8 spots. They must have not really had many points before that, but They were a team that skyrocketed on the leaderboard yesterday. Surprisingly enough, you have a lot of the top teams on the second page here. You have Guild, Scars, Alliance. Rebel hasn't had the performance in this split that they were hoping for. Definitely a team that I am rooting for in terms of getting back to their full form.
Yeah, I'm excited here to see how more of these teams are going to kind of transition into Storm Point, because it's going to be difficult for some of our squads to remain consistent here. But we still have one more game on World's Edge, Tom. Another chance for teams like Ascent to continue on their domination.
No doubt about it that you have to watch out for these cryptos. They're all over the place. They're hitting scans. They're hitting EMPs. Drop your shields. Don't give them his Evo shield charged back up. We're in the dropship, flying out over the map for match number 3. Welcome to the stream if you are just joining us. And the Apex Legends Global Series is brought to you by Monster Energy. Big shout to them and Lenovo, our sponsors. Where is the zone going to go here, Vicky? We'll find out here very shortly as our teams get into their POIs and start hitting those scans for us.
I like the diversity in zones so far. We usually see a lot of those southern circles on World's Edge. We saw that Lava Siphon circle. We saw that northeast circle coming in for that last game closest to Fragment. And now currently T-Rex are winners of game number 2. Got to highlight the underdogs here because I love an underdog story. And again, this team is coming out of the Challenger circuit. They've been putting in a lot of work. I mean, finishing a game with 14 kills is absolutely insane.
14 kills is a pop-off moment for sure, but it's not going over towards Thermal Station this time around. So they're going to have to make the rotation with the Valkyrie, but you have double rotations, again, with the Ashe. So it's a really exciting moment, again, seeing a lot of different diversity in the compositions. And now we see what they're going to be doing in terms of their rotation very shortly. But keep in mind, it's around that 1 minute and 45 second mark, 1:30. That's when the teams start making their moves. But Thermal Station's such a big POI. And that Mastiff looks so far away, I almost want him to bring it to me.
Now looking at the circle, we got another northern circle here, Tom. That beacon over by Frag East is going to get contested very shortly, but pulling closer to Epi and Frag West. This is going to be definitely interesting for a lot of our southern squads who are going to be meeting in that choke point between Lava Siphon and Geyser.
Definitely one of these weird zones that the pro players have perfected, right? It's like, Vicky, where's this one going to go? Is it going to continue to pull over towards the epicenter? Or do you kind of go maybe market side on Fragment West? Is that where GMT is going to go? Or are they going to take the high ground overlooking all of Fragment to give themselves some kill opportunities? Remains to be seen here as you start seeing the rotations are coming through on the northern side. You can see Kashera is going to make their way over too from the west side. So we'll see where GMT likes to set up, because that is a team with a lot of zone knowledge, and they're really good at picking these spots. It looks like they're kind of playing the most outskirt building over towards Fragment West, trying to make their way over towards Epicenter. And Nasky Sirdel's armor not looking too hot.
No, but they hear a team right on the outside. They close the doors to be really sneaky. They're looking for a sabotage play. It's Sekompotaya. They're going to behave themselves, hopefully, here. We do know that GMT are definitely not behaving themselves on the low ground. GMT, no! They dive in on Null. Oh, he was the victim, the first victim. Make it to Vilshin. Oh, that's so unfortunate, but they were waiting. Their plan executed successfully, and it's only up to Wrath to be able to get away here. He's going to be able to play this as a solo, but he's not going to be able to pick up those banners anytime soon.
He kind of caught Noel with his pants down right there while he was looting, just standing still, and it was like, do I really want this? Wait a second. Is there someone inside of this building? There is, and there's more people inside of the building too, as Horizon's now taking the fight over towards the stairs. Now Nasky's getting third-partied. You can see the Thirst coming through onto Strafe here very shortly as well. Strafey's going to be out. Now Ascend is making their move. A lot of action inside of these buildings. That's what happens when you just set up one ambush. Next thing you know, it's just an all-out brawl here inside the buildings.
The moment these teams heard a pin drop, they all wanted in on the action. They were all in the area like you were saying before. IG Ascent now. You think you have the sabotage gameplay, but little do you know, the sabotaging was already being planned on you when these third parties were just rolling in such action already within the first minute and 30 seconds of this game. This is game number 3, the last game that we have on World's Edge.
Not quite sure what the name for a reverse sabotage is, but that is, you know, it was almost like a self-sabotage, right? It's like you just are over there doing the most, and now all of a sudden you are taken out. Ascend going to be getting some scans on the building over inside. Also going to be trying to find out where the rest of the players are on the outskirts over here too. But wow, that escalated fairly quickly. See some more fighting going on. This is a very fast-paced game number 1. Typically, you don't see this type of stuff happening this early in round number 1 on the rotations. EMP onto Vex Gaming over towards the broken building. 4Gang, they are in the actual broken building. That's a very popular end spot going forward. But you do have that ever popular bridge ending, right, Vicky? This is where you see a majority of those zones pull. To me, it seems like it could be more over towards the west side. That's why GMT was in there, and that's why a lot of the teams are like, you know what, we want that building.
Yeah, definitely agree. We see a lot of those bridge circles, but I do think it's going to be pulling a little bit more north above Fragment West. That's why we talk about those 50-50 positioning sometimes. If you don't want to heavy commit to that final circle, you could take the real estate inside some of these buildings so that way you have an easier rotation. But with so much action happening, I mean, Tom, you could blame it on where this circle is going to be pulling. A lot of these teams want to scan the beacon on the way over to these circles, but at the same time, they're hearing all of the action already happening over here by Fragment.
So tough to find a safe spot for Crypto to go and hit these scans, hit the drone, but now you have another fight taking place. This time over towards the outskirts of, I believe, the Dome, which I don't think any teams were landing over here. So this is a rotation fight for both of these teams. It's underrated, looking for some kill points. You see the massive shots onto 789, doing some serious work. Underrated, making quick work of that team fight. Surprising, though, that that's an empty POI where 2 teams are fighting.
Estesu gets taken down immediately after that shotgun. Trying to dance around Underrated, but Underrated, they had the advantage already off the rip. You saw that player who was already down. A fight already happening in Dome, and we already saw so many teams fighting up by Fragment West. Now Underrated are going to start making their rotation soon. They probably have that redeploy, but they're also going to have information on the beacons once they start rotating forward in. But I like this patient play from Underrated, because while they're taking their time to rotate into that next circle, a lot of the fighting has already been done in Capital.
Parkour, I'm really hoping that he can get a mag for this flatline. That would be huge, because 20 shots, not really feeling the vibe. I'm liking the 3x on that one, but having some sort of mag on the flatline is really going to help with these 1 clips, and we know they're fully capable of getting those ones off. But Ascend, they're inside of their drone, just flying around, big chillin', gathering some information. That has to feel good, right? When your teammates just going around hitting these scans, you can go and maybe just get random shots just like that and try to get your Evo shield up and charge that up. But only 200 damage on the board so far for Ascend. I believe they have 1 kill overall too in this game, but it's going to be a slow one over towards the Fragment side unless another ambush happens, but I don't think that's in the cards right now.
I think the gig is up, honestly, here. With all the fighting that's happening, nobody could really be quiet, as Ascend are just going to play this patiently. And the beauty about having the Crypto Hero World's Edge and having these fragment-heavy circle pools is that you're going to be able to share these buildings with some of these players, but with the Crypto, you're also going to be able to farm those Evo shields with these EMPs. Be a pest, essentially, as you're going to be zipping around a lot of these other teams who are also running very similar compositions. T-Rex, though, the winners of our last game, are also taking their time with their own rotations. They're going to opt to go for the beacon over by Landslide, taking this very slowly. They know that the circle's around here, but they don't know where exactly it's going to be pulling, so you can expect them to start rotating through those train tracks, over passing Landslide, and actually approaching that construction building site.
Always a smart play to hit the scan after round number 1 closes so you can find where round number 3 is and go for your skyward dive. But right now, they don't seem very interested in that, Vicky. They're going to continue to push over towards the Harvester side. Maybe they're going to hit the beacon on over there instead. Once you're playing the edge over here, it seems like they're okay with it. They're saying, you know what, we have the Altic cells if we really need to hit multiple skyward dives. We have the balloon as well. Maybe they're thinking about getting some more replicating going on, but with the 4 batteries, I feel like they should be feeling pretty good about what their current utility situation is. But this is a hardcore edge play, right? You have to be like, okay, who's sitting out here right now? Most likely nobody. So T-Rex going for a big safe play here.
Yeah, what I really like about this play from T-Rex is that by the time that they thought that they wanted to go for that beacon and maybe start rotating in that direction, they saw that the next circle already pulled away from them, so they just opt for a safer beacon. Mutarium, though, in a fight with Solo Q Goats, we're highlighting shit before, who was going crazy in a 1v3. He gets taken down, but it's okay. The rest of Solo Q Goats are here, and it sounds like a third party has made their way over. It's Cake, and they have full purple Evo shields.
That's what's so tough about these lobbies. You can win a fight against one of the best teams in the world. No matter what happens, you have to get those armor swaps in immediately, and that's just not happening for the Solo Q Goats. Kick is on top of their case. The third party almost instantly. Vicky, there's no chance of a comeback there.
It's so difficult. I also saw on the feed Kungarna in a fight themselves, but Dolly getting a knock. Kick still in this fight here over by Epicenter. There's usually that beacon on the high ground of Epicenter too, and as we get to look at where the circle's pulling, it looks like it could potentially be one of those breach final circles that you were talking about, Tom.
I feel like still the market is a good spot too. So whether you were banking on the bridge or the market, definitely has an opportunity to pull away from those spots. But if I had my money on it, that's where I'd be setting up and kick. They're on the outside looking in currently. Yes, they're safe, but they're going to have to make their move eventually. Already a lot of teams have been eliminated, so there's not going to be as much hectic action as we had maybe, say, in our previous games. I think we had like 11 teams in one circle, a handful in another, in the final circle as well. This one is going to be a little bit more, again, slow and methodical along the way, but we have seen these ambushes create a domino effect on the map. You can see High Society taking a lot of damage. Now the push is going to come over towards the side.
Yeah, the bait was taken, and it wasn't by T-Rex. It's going to be by High Society, and Na'Vi were waiting for an opportunity to strike. Ooh, accidentally going through that portal, but still has that beast of a hunt right here as they are going to start approaching from a different angle. See Na'Vi trying to have the opportunity, but High Society, they are out of there. They want no business. Look how quick they were to disengage, and now they're going to be rotating in the same direction that we saw T-Rex rotate in.
Yeah, they got their Nikes on, and they are ditching that entire spot immediately. Unfortunately, like you said, the portal... little happy accident. They weren't able to go and continue with that Beast of the Hunt. Sometimes things work out in your favor, though. You never really know if Sandy got a little too aggressive. What would have happened? Could there have been another domino effect of third parties that are collapsing over there? Or maybe they just would have turned around and took that fight as you are a little bit faster than your teammates. So Na'Vi going to reset, try to find out exactly where the rest of these players are going to be going. You know someone's going to be in that construction building. I don't care how many squads are left. There's always someone there.
Usually, yeah, and you always get that high ground too, so it's a good spot to look at the choke points from a lot of the teams that are forced to rotate from the southern part of the zone into Fragment. Now, Na'Vi, though, looks like they're the ones pinging the construction building site, and the beauty of having the Bloodhound and Bang on the team comp, you have the ability to see through those smokes, and you have the ability to get that information without having to be too wary of what's to await you in the next building. So with that scan, they know that this construction building site is cleared up, and they're already going to take up to the high ground.
Especially when you're as paranoid as me playing Apex, right? You're just like, okay, 1,000%. There's not just one team in there. There's 10 teams. Can you please scan it? Okay, we're free to go. And maybe there's going to be some loot in there for them as well. Kick still locking down the high ground. They're going to find out where this next zone is going to be here very shortly, as the rest of the squads are too. And this is what I was talking about. The pings have to come down. They're going to have to make their rotation down from that high ground. Things get a little bit deadly because there's going to be a lot of squads looking from the Fragment side over towards the high ground of Epicenter.
Some empty shots from 0-0. They know that there's that team inside, GMT, who has been in that building for so long. Horizon, another one of those squads that came in for those early third parties after all the action that we saw going down inside of this building that they're just bunkered down in. But with their team comp, this is a really good move for them. They have the Caustic, so they have the Caustic Bureaus already set up on that first floor, and it's going to be really difficult for any teams to try to approach them or try to boot them out of that building.
86, the 38 purple too. Dazo looking phenomenal with this wingman. Has a lot of shots in it too. The 2x just so chef kiss sometimes for this medium range. You can just put so much damage down. But let's hop into a quick listen in with Underrated and see what they're thinking.
I might get shot by
Guy on top labs. I'm shooting him right now. I hit him 45.
We're on right side. Just go right side of rocks. We're gonna go back here. We're gonna rub. We'll just try and play over here. We'll play the ramp with the cars late on park. We should be able to play. It's only 13 teams alive. We know this is like 4 teams.
Teams are dying right now there. I'm guessing that's the team that ported that's dying.
Slide over G on pump cells. Gonna be 4-9 of this. Let's try and get a nade over it as well.
I'm 4-7. I have one frag up there. I have a maybe.
Or a beat. Keep following. We'll go down now. We're in here anyway. Like we're no rusher. We can wait for next zone to start moving before we want to pick a play. I'm just gonna look for nades.
I'm pretty sure train's
care of this team
by the way.
Like, yeah, none of this should be taken. It's 13 teams alive. Like, it's a fucking frag west zone. Like,
we can move on the train if you want.
Yeah, sure.
I'm down.
We'll just climb up on the right side.
Yeah, let's go together.
And then we'll run to the left side stairs.
Do it together. Wait for me. 2 seconds behind.
Yeah.
Go.
Watching north.
I mean, we could even wrap around north. I don't see anyone up on hill.
Team on zip building. You want a 3-2 on the Gibby? Wait.
I'm done.
Wait for him. Sorry. Sort of. Let's go back. Let's go inside. I'm gonna start looking out to the north. I think they're fighting on the hill though, so I won't be able to see it.
I cracked one on the roof, Gibby.
We have time anyway. We're not gonna make a play to them.
I'm gonna keep watching the way we came from, by the way.
Yep.
Gibby has purple.
Team on the hill as well, so they probably put it down. I'll watch yourself. just got one frag grenade.
You hear them talking about only 13 squads there. Now we're down to 11. So there's a lot of opportunities to take some unorthodox rotations that wouldn't typically be available, Vicky. And that is just the aggressive nature of this lobby already, as Kick's going to find some more kills.
Kangarna, Rats, Kick, all coming in from this side of Epi. We're highlighting the high ground between Epi and Fragment. It's so important. It overlooks so much, and you get so much information from a lot of the teams playing within these buildings. But Kangarna, man, they're constantly on top of the care package weapons. They have the Volt in one of their players' hands here, and Cake are still playing off of the high ground too. So this is a really good spot for them to play with. They got a lot of good loot too. You see that golden helmet that's on the ground here. They're going to be able to get those Gibby Domes and that bombardment a lot quicker, and this is exactly that high ground I was referring to before. This spot right here overlooks a lot of those buildings that look over Frag West, and you have those clear rotations, but you could be out in the open if you're caught just in the middle of that.
Has the Havoc with the 3x. Typically, this is like charge rifle central. Up here, just start ripping off these charge rifle shots, picking up a lot of kills along the way. With so much Havoc ammo, though, I mean, not that much. I misread that. Excuse me. I thought that was 200. There's only 136 there, basically. So you're not going to be able to rip all these shots as much as you would want. You can see you have to have a little bit of trigger discipline going forward, because the last thing that you want in the final circle is to run out of ammo.
I love this. I love our circle pred mini game out here, Tom, because look at where this circle is going to be taking us. This is going to be insane for that final circle. 10 squads left. Ascend have not left this building. They wanted to wait out their chance to see where that next circle is going to be pulling. With Kashera being on the crypto, they don't have to overextend for that beacon information. They're just going to have the drone scan that for them. Na'Vi also still sitting on the high ground of this construction building site. Surprisingly, nobody was here to contest them. They were able to just walk in for free, and now with this portal, they're going to be able to portal into the edge of the circle, but they don't want to be pinched in the action.
Yeah, that portal is going to be very important for Rugby, and you can see that they're going to wait to the very last second to try to hit some heals along the way. It's all about trying to make it across this broken bridge here, because that's where the death spot is going to be, and it's very common to see teams exactly where Na'Vi is, right? You have a team located inside, you have another team on top of the pills, a team inside the broken building, a team inside the train tracks, all kind of waiting to find out exactly what fragment zone this is going to be. They have a good idea of where that's going to go, but look at Kick. Perfectly timed over here. They're going to maybe try to go in on this defensive bombardment area. Again, there's a decent amount of real estate. We have 10 squads here, round number 4. There should be some free spots to land.
Some pretty congested skies here, too. I saw 2 redeploys going down, not including Cake. Now with Cake making this rotation, another redeploy off to their left, but they're getting so much information off of this Valk scan passive. They know that there's a fight happening right alongside them. They get on top of the beacon building, uncontested now too, and they have a fight that they could third party right behind them if they really wanted to. Ooh, the grenade though, right in front of Urban. Oh, you can't get away. IG International under way too much pressure. In conjunction with the bombardment too, Ascend need to be careful.
It's kind of a brutal way to die. It doesn't get any worse than that. It's grenade on top of grenade, defensive bombardment, zero chance of living throughout all of that. Good bubble coming in from post-kill, so they continue to heal. But Ascend just continuing to pick up a lot of placement points, a lot of kill points, very consistent throughout all 3 matches here on World's Edge. And you got to give credit again to Kashera on this crypto. Very active, constantly going around, finding scans, getting players like these little rats at the bottom. Hello, that drone is down, and Kashera wants revenge.
He's looking for the opportunity. He knows exactly where they are. They probably hear him too on the high ground, but he doesn't have a nice angle. Unfortunate for them. You do not want to drop from that spot. Oh, but he actually does drop anyway. It doesn't matter if there's lava behind him or on his feet. The rest of us they fully send it in. They follow Kashira's calls. Now they can potentially try to clean up some KP, but they drop from the high ground, and they're going to expose themselves after they drop this dome too.
Wow, cue the psycho music coming in for Ascend. They are wild with that one. Kashera going down and just sitting in the lava like it didn't matter. They wanted those kill points. They had to get that team out of the rotation. The sweet revenge for the drone for the Ascend squad. Now on board with 69 IQ Esports. You have the gold bag. You have double gold armors. Loving what they have in terms of their utility, but the rotation's going to have to happen eventually. And is it going to be a skyward dive, or are they just going to foot it?
Let's see here. Navi still playing by the edge of the circle. I like that positioning that they're holding because they know that no other team are going to be coming in from their 6 with the ring against their back. They have the rolling thunder here from Jean, though, so this is going to be important for that final circle, too, putting in so much of that pressure. Meanwhile, there's still so much fighting happening on the other side. Currently, Ascend, they lose post-kill in the process. Blast being able to blast him up here as Navi are seeing some of the action, but they don't really have an angle to take some shots.
One of the most classic circles here in endgames in Apex Legends. It's that broken bridge ending. As you see, a lot of teams are getting eliminated on your kill feed. Underrated. They're going to be out of there. A lot of other players are going to be going down as Blast GG is going to eat it from the flat line. Na'Vi now chucking some nades on over towards the bubble area. 69 IQ with the 2x wingman, which seems to be the most popular scope on this gun for this specific game, but you can see the nades are coming down over towards the side. Don't want to get pushed down over towards the lava. Remember the first time playing this map, I thought when you fell on the lava, you actually died, and that was the scariest moment of my Apex career.
Yeah, then you had that nice little surprise that you're just taking some of that tick damage, but it makes so much noise at the same time, something that you don't want to be making, especially around so many of these teams. T-Rex still playing off of that low ground there, too, off to the side. Ascend only with Kashira alive. I mean, he's got the banners, but does he have the opportunity to get the remote res? That is the question.
A little terrifying to go and try to hit that one, but you want to try to stay alive, so he's going to go and gather information instead of going for the res. Maybe can pick up some extra placement points along the way. Again, once you get in the top 5, those things really start to add up, and maybe some rat kills along the way. We've seen some phenomenal rat performances, especially with the lack of Bloodhounds in NA, but you have Na'Vi on the Bloodhound here, so maybe the scan is going to come through. But here it comes. The zone is starting to close. That respawn, that mobile respawn beacon is just looking so tempting.
It's almost like it was put there on purpose. The baits just res them right in front of us on a silver platter here. The EMP, the break, though, on top of it all. Sense still playing off this low ground. Kashira having to play up a little corner. 69 IQ, though, with Slayers being on this constant. Look at all the space that they're able to make for themselves. Even inside a dome that's not even theirs, it doesn't even matter. Slayers now, they help clean up everything. That's Gang getting taken out of the lobby.
It's kind of interesting strategy there to sit in the corner with the PK, trying to stay alive. Now Ascend off of the respawn. Kashira coming through with that turbocharged Evo. Unfortunately does lose out on some health with this defensive environment, doing whatever possible to stay alive. I love the EMP into the res at the same time. It wasn't a bait, Vicky, they're back.
They're back, they're alive, they lost one in the process, and now Na'Vi maybe distracting the team inside as Kashir's trying to heal up on the first floor of this broken building. So scary, 6 squads alive. Na'Vi are still cleaning up some of these teams, though. Currently T-Rex, they get taken out of the lobby, and now Na'Vi are trying to take a high ground approach onto that team.
Methodical approach coming in from Na'Vi, but you love what you see from Kashira and this Ascend team on the opposite side. Sitting in first place currently, you can see at the top with 45 points. Kick is the only team within striking distance, but Na'Vi is having themselves one heck of a game on the outside of this broken building, which has been locked down by a handful of different squads. Just look at everybody running around.
69 IQ, Ascend, Na'Vi, Cake making their appearance even as a duo here. Losing OJ Ryan, they get the knock, they take post-kill out again. I don't even know how Ascend can still be in this here, but so is Cake, and they go for a shield swap, but it's only a white Evo.
That's not going to cut it. Had to be from one of the respawned players that got out from the Ascend squad. Is 69 IQ with the big brain play up over towards the high ground. Now all of a sudden they fall. Not what you were looking for. Potential heal-off situation here, Vicky, but they're going to send over towards the bottom, understanding, hey, we got the Caustic, we got the gas. Maybe we could win this one.
Hey, Naxx is going to do it. Naxx is going to absolutely do it here, and he still comes on the top. 69 IQ here. Na'Vi couldn't clutch it, but 69 IQ definitely can. 69 now. Game number 3. They're your winners.
What a game from 69 IQ. You love to see it. There was so much caustic gas over there that Slayers was just ticking them away. You saw the heals coming through on over towards the zone. So much action to begin that one. The last thing you think it would end on is a heal off.
Yeah, right? I mean, even at the very end there, the opportunity was available for 69 IQ Esports, and they were able to take some of those last shots, but a beautiful performance and placement here. 9 kills and a victory going in favor for that team. Na'Vi coming in second place, so they had one heck of a game. 8 kills, but overall, it looks like in terms of KP, Tom, it's very even within our top 5 squads.
It really was, and that means the rest of these teams, unfortunately, aren't going to be able to scoop up many points. The winners from the previous game, T-Rex, not looking like they had their best performance, but you got to give credit where credit's due again with these caustic teams. Also, the great plays coming in from Ascend, Kashera getting the reses back on towards the teammates. You didn't think that was going to be possible. I believe they went from 7th to 5th right there just based on that alone.
Nice. I love what I'm seeing here. T-Rex, also another one of our teams. They won game number 2, but in terms of placements, they still stuck together in Fragment, and that was such a tricky circle, too. We saw all the action happening over by Epi, a lot of those teams like Cake coming away from winning those fights, and then already a lot of these teams situating themselves inside of these buildings. We saw the jump onto Se Compota. Yeah, they were not behaving because GMT, they were waiting in the shadows for them to just dive in on top of them. But we saw all that heavy action at the start of the game where not even GMT was safe. Their third party rolled in, and then the fourth party came after that.
That was an amazing thing to watch. Yes, GMT set up for that ambush. That was a tough situation, but 69 IQ Esports, we'll see if they could flip this lobby upside down. What a job by them. Again, 4 kills coming in from Slayers NX. Case Sweeney, he's putting down the damage, but he's putting down the assists as well. Who's stealing all my kills? It's my teammates.
You hate to see it. Why are you griefing me of my own KP out here? But no, this is a team effort. 69 IQ Esports coming out on top after that game number 3, our last game on World's Edge. You can only imagine, how is this going to shift the overall leaderboards as we transition into Storm Point? With 69 IQ rocking the Valk and the double big boys with the Caustic and Gibby, I'm expecting less Caustic as we move over onto Storm Point. And if that's going to affect their composition, is it going to be for the better or for the worse?
Definitely going to be less caustic, but let's get more Kate in here and invite her back onto the desk. Again, all 3 games on World's Edge, completely different stories, an aggressive start to that game, Kate, and then it ended kind of slowly.
You're absolutely right, and I love that I get to come in and bring y'all back to our first match because, of course, as you said, we are on World's Edge for those first 3 matches, and then we head on over to Storm Point and mix things up a little bit. But let's take a trip down memory lane with some Match 1 highlights, specifically that in that mid-air crypto party and the 11 teams in the final zone. Tom, let's talk Ascend for a minute because they really came in these first 3 games and showed us what they're made of. Talk to me about how they positioned themselves for that late game, especially considering how far south the zone pulled.
That's a great point, Kate, because of the fact that they had that crypto, the constant knowledge of what was going on, not in just the scans, but the overall map of where the positioning for the players were. And then you just saw how important it is to get on over towards this building and the teamwork that it takes to try to close this one out. There's so many different teams, there's so many different comms that you have to have, and you have to stay calm in these type of instances. But Ascend just put together one heck of a game. You saw the amount of kills that Kick was picking up too. They've been having themselves a day. Great massive shots, but again, Crypto just looks so strong in the EMEA region.
Absolutely. And Vicky, let's talk about match number 2 as we look through these incredible highlights here. We saw a team like Huskies holding their position early, sacrificing that utility, gambling on what I call a death box buffet to hold them through the final circles. Talk to me about that strategy. I mean, honestly, Rain likened it to an Uber Eats delivery.
I mean, think about it. There was just so many teams that were congested inside of these buildings, very similar to that final circle that we saw in game number 3. But what was even more impressive was seeing that T-Rex, they were able to rotate all the way from Thermal Station into that next circle, all the way to the northeast, and still able to take the dub with that positioning. They were played off of the low ground, and even though Kungarna had to play this as a duo, they still were able to play around that zone beautifully, something that was absent in Kungarna's composition since they had to play that as a 2-man.
Absolutely. Look at that T-Rex coming in hot. And you actually alluded to this before we started talking about these highlights, but we got to talk about that ambush domino effect to kick off match number 3.
You also love that massive shot coming in from Nasty Nasky on the railing, but then again, the ambush turns into a reverse ambush, and all of a sudden, everyone starts going over towards this building because they understand how important it is to get into Fragment and get these top teams out. That was a very surprising fight for me between, I think it was Underrated and then 7, 8, 9, but it's all about this broken building. Anyone that knows this building knows that this is a majority of where the kill points are going to come from. It's so difficult to go and lock down as teams are pushing in, but look how small that circle got, and the healing coming in from Nags was so smart.
Big brain plays, we call them. Big brain. Hello, 69 IQ. for sure. Well, it's been so interesting, of course, to see some of these teams and where they have been dropping here, Vicky, and how those zone polls have really taken those drops into consideration, or I should say perhaps the other way around. Talk to me a little bit about specifically around where the Congarna High Society 4 gang little cluster is here.
Yeah, I mean, you could expect them to meet up in that choke point going towards Fragment East, rather, and that's why you see a lot of the fighting happening in the middle of these transitions, but also the fighting that we saw happening over by Epicenter. We saw Solo Q Goats. They made their rotation right over to the north. They met up with Muterium. Rats got taken down by Kick, who also rotated in their direction. So many of these teams, with their quick rotations, these redeploys, really planning out that final circle, but not playing this as passively as we may have expected in a circle that was going to engulf a lot of these buildings where you expect to see much more Caustic.
Yes, and I'm such a fan anyway. So anyway, let's talk about the leaderboards and how this all translates into our math quick. And here we are. Tom, I mean, listen, Ascend coming in hot, obviously. They're bringing things here at number 1 for this match number 3. My gosh, that's a pretty good total. That's a pretty good total coming into Stormpoint.
It's a great sign for these teams for sure, but now the big question that Vicky always reiterates is how are they going to do once we switch over? What are going to be the compositions? It's a completely different ball game now when we go on over towards the other map, because you know you're going to see less Caustics, maybe still see Cryptos, maybe some Lobas, maybe some less Bloodhounds. More Bangalore is probably going to be on the map as well, but it's still anyone's game, and fortunately for the competitive aspect of it and for all the fans, Ascend didn't just run away with the lobby.
Agree to agree. And as we take a look at the second page, like, to be honest with you, we also saw some great plays from 79. We tossed up. I can't believe that IG is number 13 right here.
Yeah, you know what's so surprising here? Remember, when these two teams had faced off against each other, IG was leading the overall scoreboard against all these other teams. But it makes you wonder, as we go into Stormpoint, like Tom mentioned, is IG going to turn things around? Because this is where they really perform their best. You saw earlier on, too, when Ascend was performing and we started off on Stormpoint, they had a bit of a rough start, but I do think they have started figuring out Stormpoint a lot more, looking at their performance in round number 3.
Absolutely. Well, we're moments away from that. But let's take a look at our secondary stream because, of course, we are all Apex all the time, and we got 2 different streams. And here we are. Tom, I mean, this kind of, in a strange way, somewhat mirrors what we've been seeing here on our mainstream.
Pretty similar scoreboard, Kate, realistically. And Empire is one of those teams that, when we saw the first day of EMEA, was splitting games with players. So they know what it takes to win multiple games. It's not that surprising to see them over towards the top-hand side, but I love seeing teams like Fenerbahce and Odin get up on that kill leader, or get on top of that leaderboard.
Absolutely here. And as a reminder, everybody, twitch.tv/versusgaming_GG if you want to take a look. And we're seeing, I mean, listen, Vicky, I'm looking at scars right now. I'm looking at players. Some of those teams, players specifically that we've seen do incredible things, scars as well. And here they are on our second page.
Yeah, I think that has to do with the map rotations too, because we saw players pop off more so on Stormpoint. So it's surprising to see players on that second page, but also surprising to see how some of these teams are starting to make the comeback. I saw the jump to 11 spots there, looking at Group C versus B. I'm wondering how things are going to iron out for the rest of the day. If things are going to significantly change, or are they going to remain consistent throughout both of, or rather 4 of these groups, since the scores seem so close?
Absolutely, and I will say we've seen time and time again, it's not the most consistent thing we've ever seen, but we've definitely seen teams go from winning World's Edge to winning Stormpoint, or I should say from winning Stormpoint to winning World's Edge. So we've seen them do the double take, the back and forth, the back to back. So it can be done, but certainly the change up here, and you know what, I'm going to bring it in for the team comp as well, because you know we talked about Crypto. 4Gang was bringing in Crypto. We have Ascent, GMT, Vexed, Bangalore, Solo Q, 789, Navi. My question to you real quick, Tom, is we've got some of those double rotation comps, and we have seen some of those great Crypto comps. We've even seen the Bloodhound Bangalore comp. Who, at this point, would you go into Stormpoint, knowing what the lobby looks like? Who would you be fielding coming into this next map?
Ooh, I'd probably be going something like Valkyrie, maybe Gibby, and Horizon. I think that Horizon is fairly underrated right now. We're not seeing a lot of that in the EMEA region, but it's going to come down to the one thing that we always know is the zones. Where are the zones going to pull? And a lot of those zones that we saw on World's Edge were classic Apex zones we've seen thousands of times, or at least, you know, hundreds of times. Maybe not hundreds of thousands of times, right? These pro players have seen it a lot. They haven't seen it that much in Stormpoint.
You're absolutely right. And more Horizon is always better. That's what I say, Tom. I agree. Speaking of things that are always good, let's talk about our socials. If you want to know more about our teams, our players, the scene, head on over to all 3 of these social players here. Play Apex Esports on Twitter, play Apex Esports on YouTube, and play Apex on Twitch. It's going to be great. It's everywhere you want to be. It's exactly how you want to get better. Well, take a look at all of the content that they have there. Well, now it's time for us to head to break, but don't you worry, because on the other end, we got match number 4. Storm Point, baby. We'll see you in a minute.
Nice, you win this. If you're enough, you win.
They're climbing up. I've knocked 2. Nice!
Let's go!
Goal, bro!
Let's go, man!
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
It's not always we get an early start. I know that everyone is excited to see how this thing starts to move. 3 games down, 3 games to go. We land in Storm Point now. The dropship has taken a detour. We've had our layover in World's Edge. It's time to get back on and get dropped off in the newest map of Apex Legends Competitive. And James's offers a wide variety of differences, albeit Legends we've talked about extensively, but map choices, drop choices, what are you 50-50ing, who's contesting each other, and of course, can you keep the momentum like 69IQ Esports and these teams who have done so well from one map to the next?
That is the question. Versatility is very important, and we'll see who is looking more versatile in the first of 3 series here on Storm Point. Hope you like trees, water, and very big rocks, because we've got plenty of those, as well as the flyers, who can be quite handy, actually, for a level 2 backpack or a 2x scope, if you can catch them. So that can really save you some time. We'll see if anybody manages to... Actually, probably won't, because there'll be more other things interesting as well happening. Now, to compare World's Edge to Storm Point, one thing which has been very notable in, let's say, the last 2 days of action across EMEA and North America has been the propensity for teams to stay further back into the zone and go for the late crafting and rotate in all tooled up. I want to say it happens more when there's a north ring than a southern ring. I could be wrong, but we're about to see, because here we have a southern ring heading towards Gale Station.
A lovely ring as well. There's some fun fights that can happen. You kind of pick Gale, you pick Antenna, especially if you start Antenna. You can kind of hold there for quite a while, but it does tend to pull a little bit towards the back side of things. And you're right, the southern circles, I think, benefit Trident rotations. One of the things, you just looking at the map, I mean, if you're 69 IQ Esports and you're at that north pad, or if you're Zippeth and Shiv and Diff, it kind of makes sense to take a Trident all the way around the blue area down to Shipfall versus cutting through the middle and trying to fight 2 squads on your way. The other day it didn't work out. We saw Solo Q Goats get gate-kept by Horizon. So in many ways, I understand the conversation going on amongst the team members to use that strategy. I just always get to the point of, okay, now you got to get in the zone, because I see a lot of those teams who do make those late rotations, they stay out there for quite a while, and there is a little give to how valuable that starts to be after too long.
We have our first space launch of the day here on Storm Point, and we'll see where Vexed will look to land. Maybe in one of these buildings in the middle. They have some crafting here, of course. So everybody will be looking to level up what they have, backpacks being a priority. And of course, the daily change in the replicator will be on the way later, so we'll see what surprises are to come for the evening's action. But for now, we will continue. Have a replay on the way, actually, to see some action elsewhere, and we can see that the rats have been exterminated pretty promptly by Muterium, so that's some nice KP to start off the day. Again, we are starting with 19 teams in today's EMEA lobbies, but suddenly we move to 18.
Could be a 50-50 goes on for the rest of the lobby, too. Not everyone is content to share their spot or give it up, and so they end up fighting. That goes the way of Muterium. We'll see if Rats are back for Rats round 2 in Game 5. Kick, however, have done a massively impressive job throughout these 3 to get 36 points. You just consider, what does that mean? Well, if you look at it towards the back half of the day, that's 72. That is a game, that's a tournament-winning point score right there. So a lot of teams performing at a high level. Hyarka going up as well into the Havoc in the hands, and out the bullet straight towards his enemies. 11 from range, but it's 11 too many almost, as his teammate was following up. It'll be OJ Rain who finishes Kasanya on 7, 8, 9, and it's Desu who bleeds out, so a good start from Kick.
Fish Farms looking like a common place for contesting from what we've seen of late. Very spicy action in that area. Suddenly we move to 17. We've spoken about slow starts to Storm Point, but that doesn't seem to be the case for our first game of the day. Na'Vi with some close quarters action as well. They've got some cover, and they'll try to at least hold position for now. It seems they will look to be pushed by the other team and try to hold a superior position and capitalize on any opportunity that may come their way. You can see them by the double doors there, Rugby, making sure that they are ready, limiting their vulnerabilities. We can see Sanya's holding down 2 jobs, looking to his left and looking below as well. And they'll have to play off their scans if they are to make a play here, Na'Vi. Refresh the information that they have. So this is going to be an uncomfortable coexisting they have here. Now, we'll see if they're looking to move with this portal, or if it's... Okay, I thought I heard a portal, but apparently not. Never mind. Well, they don't have any doors now, so things will become a little more uncomfortable as they're exposed high and below now.
Getting comfortable with being uncomfortable. That's what an Apex Legends Pro's job is. Should see it scan right back, and that just gives the information. But that half second actually was taken advantage of, and Na'Vi forced to fight here. HTP Herald going down. Rugby falls as well to Dazo. Sanya with the scans. Can he have the Mastiff shots? He's going to reload it actively. He has one more in the tank. It is enough. Sanya with 1 health and 1 bullet helps Not Sincere to win that fight. They get another couple of downs, and it's 16 squads left.
Underrated, emaciated, and devastated by Na'Vi, and that shows the power of patience. Again, Na'Vi, like, okay, we're not going to push into this team. We're just going to hold position. We have walls. We're going to wait by these walls. for them to make a play. It did go down to the wire though, 2 versus 2, but Na'Vi were able to deliver. And that's a very important fight they won, considering how early it is. You don't want such an early bath as this. We move to 16 now. More Bangalore ults as 4gang will move inside to try and avoid taking damage from that as a team below them and immediately outside. We can see the smokes going through the corner of the door. So there's plenty of early flashpoints here on store points. Maybe we'll have to rename the map if this continues. We've got the bombardments as well on the outside. Of course, there can be shelter on the underside. We'll see if Kit can win out in this duel now.
Watch out. Watch out. You usually think that that's going to be a safe spot to be. But because of the way that OJ Rain is playing so well on this Bangalore, look at the movement and look at just the vision that he's collapsing for the entirety of 4gang. He's forcing Phoenix out. Row, legit Lolly already down. Can Phoenix survive? He's doing his best shimmy and shake up into the sky. It's the skyward samba. And somehow they do not find him. So Phoenix will get out alive. He will get to the trees, but his teammates will not join him. That was Kick putting on a very aggressive search and destroy, and it worked out in their favor.
Phoenix going to have to do his best Jumanji impression now if he is to survive, because it's going to be a very, very long road to the top. That road's been shortened for Solo Q. Goats. A frustrating start to Storm Point as they find themselves in 16th place. Materium now with 6 kills very early indeed. Gonna scoot their teammate inside for the res. Of course, that's their Jibby, so there'll be no dome, but they'll be just fine now. And they've got a very nice position in the tower, some high ground as well as high society find themselves with a Spitfire. We'll see if they choose to take it. It seems they might not be fancying it.
I mean, you got a flatline gold magazine that's going to reload, automatically after a while using the PK. It's also going to get you max magazine on a gun that ultimately is, in the care package for a reason. I think the meta weapon until it was removed, even over the R301, which is kind of taking the cake. Yeah, I could see it. The Spitfire as well. You got to remember, you cannot just pick up more ammo. It's really early to not have the opportunity to have your main assault rifle weapon not be able to be replenished if you get to the late game and are running out of bullets. So I think the flatline is the right choice. And although it is weird to see people passing up a Spitfire like that, it's not often. Definitely won't happen in my games, James.
Yeah, there's something to be said for comfort as well. Bearing in mind what people are doing in the firing range, practicing long-range spray, landing all the bullets of weapons as devastating as the flatline. If you're more effective with it, then by all means, hold on to it. But somebody else is definitely going to be picking up that Spitfire should they be fortunate enough to go past that care package. Now, Lober ults was something that was missing from World's Edge earlier on with all these shields we saw on the floor trying to avoid the crypto ults, but perhaps we'll see more of them now. You see a very hopeful snare sent out by Serdell, but there will be a rotation in the sky. GMT smelling weakness now, but did they full send here? Did they expose themselves to maybe some unknown assailants around them? I don't think that we'll be seeing that just yet, but as we know, they're always ready for a skirmish or a fight.
GMT, a team who I picked to win today. They definitely won yesterday. We got to talk to Nasky and talked about the resilience Max Strafe has shown in this very difficult time. To just be able to play with them. Lan, a different conversation. They've got to make it there first. And of course, they've got a lot to say about their hopes with this team being reunited. Let's listen in, get a sneak peek into what's going on behind GMT Esports.
For Wingman, right?
Yeah.
Is this single shot rifle?
I gave you 32.
Should have given me a stack, bro.
Yeah, I clicked the wrong stack.
Keep skate.
Bro, one was with white armor, another was blue, if I'm not wrong.
Okay. Team here in the cannon?
Yeah, they got shot rifle. They're watching me. I tried in hits.
Who is this team here? It's a Bloodhound team. Bloodhound Wraith and someone.
I don't know.
And he has a good headshot, I can't peek.
Is there a safe spot I can AFK for a second?
No. Why?
Alright, that's fine. I've just got fucking... My family's being loud.
Where is this team?
Preferably not though, if it's really serious, then
No,
go underneath on
it's not
Max.
serious. I'll just text from here.
Fuck off. I'm gonna greed a little bit, okay? I have a Phoenix.
Alright. Oh, Gnatski, good golden backpack.
Nice.
Take it from me. I will drop it on you.
Fucking oh.
Back ult's north. 130, 349.
One flash, first guy. Walk low, I have to reload.
Yeah.
Walk low, walk.
Are they gonna fight?
I'm shooting him flash. A lot.
All you, Shafee. I don't have charge.
Almost knock.
Fuck.
Not sure. How much Evo you have, Shafee?
270.
Nice.
I wasted maybe way too much bullets.
Yeah, I'm wasting a lot of bullets too. Anyone has thermite?
Check zone soon. They bubbled.
Fun time. Charge rifle, all the world in front of you. Nobody shooting back at you. Shows the importance of the only hit scan weapon in Apex.
Wingman looking pretty nasty as well there, and IG may be feeling the full send here, but they are quite in the open, so they've got to make a decision one way or another. We can see Bryn moving to a rock, and they are going to be shot from other directions as well, so one must be careful in such an open map. You may smell the KP, but you might be the KP for somebody else if you don't consider your position. Noise is still on the high ground with the triple take, plenty of ammo as well. Still not really seeing the Lobers here in EMEA just yet, but we are seeing the Bangalores and the smokes.
You got to have that by 3 as well when you look at that supply. Triple take shoots 3 shots. Every single one kind of goes with the namesake. We don't see the kinetic feeder as well. It's been quite a irrelevant hop-up this season, unfortunately, though the idea is really, really fun for the PK and the triple take. We see more things just like the good old PK doing what it's normally done, having much more of an impact. Urban getting involved as well as Kick onto Ruab and Horizon. So it's 0-0 who survived again, 0-0. Incredible at avoiding damage with that gold shield. I don't know how he does it again and again, but Kick and IG on the trails. They're just going to have to follow a trail of smoke, though, and look at this. A little bit of damage. He's revved up the Rampage, James. This thing can knock you out. I'm telling you, you got to be careful. 0-0 looks like he's got nothing, but he certainly has a weapon that can do damage.
That thermite's causing him a lot of problems. The bat goes just in time to be able to heal pretty quickly. He's got some space for himself, but for how long? Any damage from that Q will give his position away, and he's still got some angles. Being shot by a third party, though, it looks like. So despite the opportunity below him, he is going to be gate-kept by another team who are just going to be annoying enough. And I think those banners are going to get gate-kept at the same time. So he may be stuck here for a while, 0-0, as we see a little rotation for his opponents to get into a better position.
It's just tough because he's got no way out. I mean, if he had Rolling Thunder, that would maybe be enough. It looked like they phase breached back up there. And so it's interesting. If he can maybe wait 40 more percent on his ultimate, he might be able to Rolling Thunder, head out with a smoke, and just avoid damage. But they know where he is. It's going to be a tough one for sure. Not as Vincier inside, though, catching up with them. Have had a slow start to EMEA, but have picked up the pace quite a lot here towards the mid part of the race. 26 points. Getting aggressed on with a flat line, hit fire shots as he falls down to the second floor. Will do enough. Mutarium the one trying to assert themselves inside of the building, and they will. They will take the space. But for how long?
They take control of the drafty area. Some doors simply won't close anymore in this building. That was a concern for Na'Vi. It will be a concern for Mutarium. They'll have to keep eyes on these entrances that don't have doors, because who knows who or what might try to sneak in, be it a person or an Arcstar. You never quite know, and we can see that 69 IQ will be in a busy area around Shipful, looking at the targets ahead of them. And while they'll be okay for the next zone, they'll have to move forward eventually, and soon they'll realize that and have to think about where they choose to go. But some pot shots in the meantime, plenty of bullets with which for Nags to do that as they try to capitalize on their recent success and have another good game here.
Set 27 points for 69. 14 squads left now as round 4 has a minute and 38 seconds before it begins to close. It is tight and getting tighter. Ascend actually taking down Urban in your kill feed as well. Nags just with the wingman firing, desperately hoping to hit the sound of armor more and more from afar. Ascend, meanwhile, not hoping for anything. they're getting the job done. It's a Peacekeeper in a car. I love the short range. Goes with the 1-2 times. And he goes with that once, twice, misses the second, and he goes into the void, but cannot get there in time. Gashira knows he's lost one, he's lost two, and he is by himself, a lone wolf here trying to survive in the wild.
Too late for regrets. Goodbye to 66.66% of your team. And I don't see a res coming anytime soon. When 14 squads left, that just isn't good enough for Ascend. So much potential we've seen from this team today, but it's been taken by force in game 4 of 6. There will be time to recover, but we'll see what they can do in terms of placement. And hey, maybe there'll be some kills as well if they're lucky, but I don't know. When you've lost 2 of your players, you might even get pushed. They might thirst for that third, so decisions will have to be made there. In the meantime, Kungana will just use the angles afforded to them to have some cover, see what's going on around them with Graceful's drone as well as he starts to fly around, see the lay of the land. Of course, we can see that they are in a very important zone, but once teams start to come in their direction, and that's not long away, they're going to be very, very busy very quickly. And if they've got to move back, I don't know where they move to, so they will have to be feeling a little nervous right now.
And you can see GMT kind of right outside of that area where Kungana may push forward. And so essentially gatekeeping in that regard. You can tell, look at the difference of having anything but a charge rifle. I say the Rampage might be second.
Oh!
In line, Vilshin from Seiko Portaya. He goes down. Oh my God. Say your prayers, Snasky. What a play with the Rampage. Somehow gets the kill, and they're up there. I'm not sure if they could stay up there. They're going for the revive, though. And he hits 100 onto the shield. Nasky does not want to let these kills go. He's going to use the defensive bombardment as well to just clean it up.
They've had to, if I'm not mistaken, I think they were out of bounds. They had to put a portal there for the downed player to not die on top of the rocks, but he may die anyway. We'll have to wait and see. And Nasky had such little ammo, I was wondering if it was really worth it, but apparently it was, because that impact, those shots, very nice indeed. Kick in some trouble now. All trying to battle, but will they be able to pop them in time? So much damage coming their way. Thermites as well as ultimates, but now they're trying to fight back, and those are some really nice wingman shots. Force forward now. The Thermite's taking 2. The shotgun is ready, and they may get a lot of nice KP from this. Style points as well. Peacekeeper going absolutely nuclear.
And that's IG going down as well. International travel. They booked their visa back to the back part of the lobby. They'll have to wait till game 2. And Muterium here with the Peacekeeper as well. Tyler FPS choking it up. Finds a head. Sends one out. Gets the other one into the void. Gonna try to avoid this. As Muterium, 24 points on. It's not looking good for Unlucky, but he's hitting his shield battery. Facing off against the Horizon. She's throwing the black hole as well. There's a shield swap available. Tyler, he needs it. He's got to go back. He gets the red, though. That is nothing. Gets the white. 50's better than none. And he somehow comes out on top of that one. What a play from Tyler FPS and Muterium. It is not over, but we're cutting over to Kick, who finds some value fighting up what could be GMT on the top of these rocks.
That was a huge fight with 69 IQ, who were eliminated. High Society are team 8 to leave now as we start to climb. Have a look at that for parkour. What on earth kind of position is that? I'm very impressed, and the Kick are very concerned, although I would imagine that Null just wants to hide as best he can. He just needs to just disengage, just stay out of it. And I'm amazed that's even a legal position. It's absolutely crazy. In the bushes, like an insect, trying not to be stepped on.
I seriously don't know if this was accidental, because remember, they came from a Valkyrie ult, so a lot of, I think, the players expect that you're going to have to get kicked off in 15 seconds. But Null just never had to leave. And somehow, I believe GMT have gotten out of the lobby chasing that kill from Seiko Portaya, so maybe bit off more than they could chew. It is unfortunate for one of our favorites in the lobby. T-Rex, though, we talked about how big they were going. Can they do it again here? Blasts with the missile swarm trying to poke. You can just see the difficulty without the digital threats. Fighting into the smoke with this new Bangalore meta, it is becoming harder and harder, and you're going to have to in-tune and be much more aware of where players have to go within the space, because you can't quite see them.
T-Rex are going deep again. Last 4 now, but look at the names around them. Kick, Kungana, and Na'Vi. No slouches in these final 4. Seiko Portaya eliminated now. He now had to eventually concede his position, and we see X-Ron is going to have some problems. So much wingman damage. People have been really on point with them, especially Kick, and they continue to deliver. Graceful has his ult ready, but when is the best time to use it? 23 seconds before that zone starts to close in, and if we can find the right angle, maybe just ruin the shields just before the moment where a team wants to make a play, that would be perfect timing, but it's hard to find perfection in a situation such as this.
Of course. I mean, you want to get that timing just right, and you've got to do it when they need to leave and they can't stay and are forced to engage with half shields. But when is that timing, and how do you avoid you taking damage yourself, especially if a team decides to push you? That's why in a lobby like this, you often knowing if there's a crypto, like on Kungarna, you want to be the one to make the move onto the crypto, not a Svenseer. Probably going to be the last team involved in this if things go their way, because Sanya is the lone solo next to, of course, T-Rex and Kick. And it is not looking great, I think, from the bottom ground. Kungarna haven't had a lot of kills in this game, but they've played the best positional game so far. It's really going to be a matter of can they execute here with the crypto ult in hand. That could be the game changer, James.
Yeah, but I don't think that's the only ult that's going to be used, as we can see that O'Rain is sitting on a Bangalore ult, and we might have some Dones as well. Out goes Sanya, and that's Na'Vi eliminated, and we move to 3. A very small ring we have, and T-Rex are waiting. They've got a Jibby in the hole, so there's going to be all kinds of bombardments on the way eventually. O'Rain's going to create some space, and here comes the Bangalore ult now. Here comes the Crypto ult on the other side as well. Everybody's going to be forced forward. Now we can see the Gibraltar Dome in the background, and that might be a push from one of these teams. Kick trying to heal up, trying to hide behind us as best they can. Quietly sneaking into the Dome. They find a little angle for some cheap cover, and maybe some cheap KP as well.
3 squads left. Kick is trying to survive. OJ Rain, he's the one we've been watching. He's got the red shield up to 75, but that's not going to be enough against 3 members of Kungarna, who I talked about have played this slow. They played it steady, but they have played it to win. Graceful with the crypto EMP. It has worked to put the resources of the enemies down to about nil. And Badoli and Kearney on T-Rex here, looking to go head-to-head, toe-to-toe. Kick still alive and kicking. But it seems like Kungarna certainly have the upper hand here. Can they jump down and do something with these Mastiffs, James? Because it's looking like it's now a 2-man show. It is just Kungarna. It is T-Rex who have probably fallen here as well. So Kungarna and Kick fight for the win. Kick already in the leaderboards. It's Kungarna looking to switch things up and take the top of the table. What a full game from KNG.
Beautiful work from Kungarna. Graceful had to be very uncomfortable for the longest time at the end there. No shields, no bats, nothing. Just standing there with no cover. Just the only thing he had with his team around him and height above both those squads. I was wondering if people were going to start healing, just hiding below and refusing to come out, just not wanting to cooperate. But Kungarna, one of the teams we wanted to see a big performance from today, and that is a great way to do it in Game 4.
Kick obviously have had a great performance. I mean, they win in terms of total points, but Kungarna played that type of game, James, that is the game that wins you match point tournaments. The game that is slow, it's steady, you don't need to be flashy, you are efficient, you get kills, but you make sure you are the last team standing. And just positionally, I think patience-wise, remember that whole Sekum Portaya GMT fight we had so much fun with? That was happening right to the right of Kungarna. They were patient. They didn't expose themselves. They didn't get involved. It was a really well-earned win. And a big shout-out to teams like Not a Svenseer, 13 points on the day. They're going to jump into 3rd, tied with actually Muterium as well, who were lights out with a 10-kill match.
Yeah, Na'Vi is a team that's a brand you want to see heading upwards. A very nice performance from them. And Kicker, certainly a team that we're mentioning more and more and more. But looking towards the bottom half of the table, Solo Q going to be very disappointed with the early buff they were forced to have. Take only 1 point away from that. Same could be said for GMT. One of the big favourites after yesterday's performance coming into today. Vex, a team that were doing well earlier on, only 3 points from this game. So somebody wins, someone has to lose as well.
And I like that it's happening from Kick, from KNG, teams that, are within and close to that top 10. Kick being 10th, KNG, I believe, being 15th in the overall leaderboards. Certainly a 1-2 finish here would jump them well up and put a lot of pressure on the rest of Europe with only a few days to go before playoffs are essentially sealed. JMW, Graceful, Badoli. Graceful put on a show yesterday. He is continuing to do so. No need for the Kraber, though, in his hands. It felt like it might have been a weapon thing. Certainly proving it isn't. It's just a team thing today.
Yeah, I haven't seen too much Kraber today, and the Lobers have been absent as well, but there's still time for both those things to appear. But again, the information being very key, of course, Crypto having the range to get that beacon information and find your best positions, although it did feel vulnerable when they were on the edge of shipfall. The circle around them, there was nothing to hide behind, save for that slope, so if more teams came their way, then who knows what might have happened, but they never got there, able to hold their position, and that will allow them to move up the table. But it is Kick who are going to be number 1. 58 points, 8 ahead of Ascend and 10 ahead of Kungana. Still tight at the top. T-Rex have to be mentioned as well. Had a deep run in that game, find themselves on 42 points. So there are many teams contesting for that top spot with these last 2 games to go.
Oh, man. And you see actually a little bit more of a spread at the top now. This is not that same thing where teams 1 through 8 are, 12 points away from each other. No, team 1 through 8, 38 points away from each other. It is a full game and a half's worth of a good game and a half's points that is separating even the top 10. GMT Esports with 14 points. 2 halves of the lobby.
Yeah, and of course, it's always going to be lacking towards the bottom. A frustrating day for Solo Q Goats. We were looking at them yesterday to see what kind of consistency we can see from them. Of course, with all these teams here, very hard to be consistent, and today especially hard at present, but they can still salvage something because, again, even the small points matter as all these teams try to secure their position, their path to Sweden. That's what it all counts for, really. So you can never give up. 2 more games, which means that there's plenty more points to achieve for the squad, and just try and keep pushing forward into that top 10.
Let's check along the secondary leaderboard as well for those watching, because we are playing 2 match days in 1, essentially. Both of these games are here today, and you can catch it on the other broadcast happening. We'll give you the link to that in a moment. Empire, though, out to the lead here. ANC outplayed just behind, 11 points. Zeta Division, Reply Totem, Morning Stars following 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, Empire starting to pull away now, but we'll see if the other teams can have more say in that in the final 2 games. As for the bottom half, we can see that Guild are not having the best time at the moment. Magicians and Solaris as well towards the bottom. Scars, another team in terms of consistency, like Solo Q Goats, find themselves in about 15th place, so they'll be looking for way more than that in those final 2 games.
Yeah, you get what you put out, and I think this is it. Every team, we know, I think there are at least, in some of these days, 12 teams that could probably win. But it's a matter of which 5 are going to show up, and will it even be the same 5 from yesterday? It is much more been about consistency versus capability in Europe and EMEA, and we will see if that continues, or if somehow some of these teams that have slowly started, like GMT, like Solo Q Goats, pick themselves up by the bootstraps and start having a heck of a game 5 and 6. They're going to need it. Kick, they're feeling pretty good, however, going into Game 5. We'll leave that to Tom and Vicky to discuss as we take a quick break. We'll be back with more ALGS action in EMEA after this.
They bubbled.
They got the rest. They're fighting. We need to look down. He climbed on me.
Just stay up. I'm in dome. Blood under me. Knocked.
Bang, bang.
Oh, boys.
The matches are heating up, but you can't keep us on ice much longer. It's Vicky and C-Squared bringing you the action on Storm Point. We have so many awesome teams fighting it out, but wow, we've seen some serious slaying power and consistency from teams like Kick, T-Rex, Ascend's putting in some serious work as we get into the dropship and load match number 5.
I mean, Kungarna coming out with that dub, but I cannot believe the game that Kick had right there, getting second with 13 kills. You can see how Kick has been playing with so much confidence here on Storm Point. That's so difficult, especially with a circle pulling all the way south like that, but we are jumping so quick into game number 5. 2 more games here left on Storm Point.
A lot of weapon combos that we've seen, a lot of different compositions. The flatline seems to be really popular today. We're seeing a lot of 2Xs. The wingman's been popping off as we see Graceful on that crypto, looking for the scans, looking for where that next zone is going to be so they can make their early rotation. 789 with their 50-50. You see Desu taking a decent amount of damage, and you always have an advantage, a slight advantage with these Bloodhounds early on in the 50-50, so I like that they're utilizing that immediately.
Yeah, already pre-peeking after that scan too. You see B-Dave actually in some trouble here. Zanya Zhao trying to take a nice little corner. Holding on to the door though, he's just going to be able to keep that door hostage, flying away. He wants to regroup with the rest of his team because they're fully sending it now as Desu actually getting taken down. But with the EVA 8, it's okay. You got the double shotgun, you got the cleanup. It's Mutarium actually as the first squad that's been taken out in this lobby.
A lot of damage with that EVA 8. I mean, the PK shots were a little bit wobbly, but you saw once that 50-50 came out there, you just fell down. The enemy team didn't have a chance. Mutarium, you said, going out in 19th place, but 789 desperately needing these points, definitely needing that confidence too. Little boost. We'll see if they can continue to ride that momentum and get on that overall leaderboard, right? I mean, they're sitting in the relegation area. I would love to see 789 continue to put up more points here in these last 2 games.
It's insane to see the shift in the overall leaderboards, too. I mean, we were talking about Mutarium for so long within the first 2 rounds. They were popping off. I mean, overall, I believe they were in the top 3 both of those rounds, and now they've kind of been falling behind. But on the other side of the coin, you see 789, they really are popping off, and we get another southern circle, but this time we are traveling to the west. This is going to be pulling all the way towards Barometer.
You can see there is only 2 teams in this zone, so this is going to be perfect for teams like Na'Vi, just big chilling down there, and also for Kick, who's been having, again, a phenomenal time. They're just going to have an easy rotation going forward. Sharon Postkill already making the rotation downwards to Vext as they make their walk through the choke. Are they going to be scanned over towards that side? That could be a big fight. That could cause some serious third partying. This is when everyone starts to make their move, so watch out for teams filtering in here very shortly.
Yeah, I'm expecting there to be chaos leaving Jurassic Park. As you can see, Na'Vi is the team that lands Barometer. Saw Rats, they're going to be traveling from Cenote Cave. Underrated coming in from the other side of Barometer, leaving Shipfall, leaving Gale Station. So really good contention for these 3 teams early on in the game, especially for Na'Vi, who have that beacon that's right there in Barometer. So they can already start planning where they want to infiltrate, where they want to sit for that final circle.
Yeah, just continue to scan that one, hit them with the smokes, then use the Bloodhound to find the recon. Going forward, the 2-4, is that going to be taken on the flat line? Mickey, you know that is a pretty solid scope overall. We'll see. Actually, that's going to be a 4-8, so they can pick that up for the sniper rifles that are going to be going forward. You love that, especially being able to charge that Evo shield up maybe for Ron, blue to purple. And a little bit of trading going on in terms of the weapons, but we know that the flatline has been kind of the flavor of the day, and it's continuing to do so here in this game. The first skyward dive of match number 5, that's going to be Huskies Esports coming around the corner with the scan onto zone number 2, but there's already a team ahead of them.
Talk about some of the weapons compositions that we've been seeing, especially on Stormpoint. These charge rifles have just been ruthless. You hate getting poked by it, but you hate to see how strong it is, especially against these teams in the middle of these redeploys. Huskies, though, with this quick rotation, you see that they wasted no time. They got the scan on the beacon. They're making their next move. They're not even going to try to inch their way into that next circle or take their time to play ring, because playing the edge of the ring on Stormpoint isn't as powerful as we usually see on World's Edge. So Ascend now taking the high ground over by Barometer. This is a really good spot for them. Not only do they manage to get here and see that Navi's already made their transition into that building, but they're also going to have the beacon control on the high ground on top of it all.
Right on cue, there goes the charge rifle. You also saw on the bottom hand of the screen the big crypto battle happening between Graceful and Kashera, but you can know that Kashera is now on the Valkyrie here going forward on Stormpoint. But I love the 2 of the best cryptos in EMEA and all the world, realistically, especially if you saw what Graceful was doing yesterday with that Kraber, just like you said, Vicky, an all-out career montage. Only missed 1 shot, an entire Kraber clip. That is insane.
Yeah, that actually woke me up like tenfold. I can't wait to see if we see more of those Kraber actions later as we take a look at Na'Vi in this fight, funneling all these grenades into this team, adding in some of that pressure. A clear shot though with the flatline. They're avoiding some sets of grenades themselves, but you highlighted the Bloodhound composition here for Nanas. They don't have the Gibby, they don't have a dome, so they can't really push in through that space since they don't really have a space closure. They have those smoke grenades, but you know that a lot of these teams, especially looking at all the Bangalores in this lobby, could potentially have that thermal sight, so you have to be careful.
And you know that if they pop the Beast of the Hunt, that's the time to send it. But that's a great point, Vicky. Without the entry frag of the bubble over towards the door, you're more liable to get shot in the back, too, and you're not going to be able to get those quick reses to fend off the third parties, so it's a little bit of the weakness showing in that composition. But I love the grenades. I love the thought process there. They just unfortunately weren't able to counter, and you saw the counter nades coming out from the enemy team.
It's just so crazy to see so many teams run Gibbulous compositions. That bubble just provides so much cover, not only against the third parties, but to allow these really aggressive engagements. But you know what? You make do with what you got. You make do with the composition, and you have to play into those compositions, which is why we see a lot of those Bangalores, those Bloodhound double whammies, as we see Cake also rocking that. Underrated, another team also trying to continue on with their domination, but they're getting contested inside this building. They lose Jazaz, but they finish off that team. It was T-Rex. So surprising here after their really strong start overall today in EMEA, taking game number 2, but Kick are now moving in for the third party. They get the crack, and with that Devo, you do not want to mess with that gun.
The collapse is there. The timing was impeccable. We've seen that so many times early in these games. When you try to take that initial fight inside of a building, there goes the third party right on cue. And Kick, fortunately for them, there is no fourth party, so they're going to be able to reset. They're not even worried because you can see the smoke is just covering so much of inside of that building. Taking a look at some of the individual kill leaders right now. OJ Rain sitting at 14, Iwaku at 12, Unlucky with 11, Kashera at 10. Multiple players sitting at 9, though, so we'll see who's going to be able to take that crown when it's all said and done. The multi-view is live, too. Check at the top of your screen and click the command center below so you can see up to 4 points of views with the comms from the teams as well.
As we take a look at 4Gang, if you guys want to hear those comms, definitely make sure to check out that multi-view. 4Gang in some trouble, though. Phoenix turning around, gets the hipfire shot there with the R301. They have the redeploy in case they need to get out of a tricky situation here, but they're cleaning up 789, who were actually trying to rotate slowly through the back end of the circle. We were talking about how these slower paced rotations sometimes could cost some of these teams, but 4Gang, they're the ones that called them out.
Always one of my favorite things in Apex is faking out the down players with their knockdown shields. I'm going left, no, I'm going right, taking them down so you can get those quick little armor swaps coming through. 4Gang, some much needed points as you see the teams remaining on the right-hand side and what they currently have. Slow day for Solo Q Goats. Looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do and maybe bounce back. These are some of the teams that have been at the top of the leaderboard consistently, so interesting to see our other teams step it up now, especially since we swapped with World's Edge for our first 3, now going to Stormpoint for our final 3. Replicators being in hand, and that purple bag's always going to be pretty nice.
Yeah, talking about why a lot of these teams usually hang out outside of the ring in Stormpoint, you see this a lot more often here on Stormpoint versus World's Edge, and it's kind of like the Team Liquid play, the slow, methodical approach into the circle. They utilize the replicators to boost up their Evo shields if they haven't been in a fight in some time, although here looking at 4Gang, they're the ones with the KP, and they have finished off 2 members of 789. Zanya now trying to creep their way into maybe trying to get those banners, but you may want to call your losses here because 4Gang are not going to be leaving this spot anytime soon. They don't care if the ring is ticking away at that damage because it's only tickling them. It's only tickling them. It's not going to hurt them. It's not going to make their eyes water just yet. Oh, just overzealous. They don't even have the Beast of the Hunt. I mean, A for effort, but 4Gang welcoming you in your arms.
E for effort for sure. You know, that's a good teammate. I respect it. Was it the play that's going to win the game? Not really, but do you want to rat it out by yourself? It's going to be so lonely. I always love teammates like that. Shout out to the teammates and the real ones that always go for your banner.
You love it, but you don't love getting those placement points. That's unfortunate. Falling down in 16th place, you know, at some points, I hate having to rat things out, having to just wait patiently as all the action's happening in front of me. You don't want to expose yourself as a solo, but got to do what you have to do. 4Gang still are just going to continue replicating, charging up those Evo shields if they haven't already, getting as much loot that they need. They have the phase breach too, and they're running the Valk, so they can utilize that redeploy to get into that next circle. But seeing where the circle is going to be pulling, more south towards Barometer. And you see so many of these teams already taking up some of those buildings, taking up those real estates. You could expect a lot of these fighting to go on early on. And since we don't have caustics in the Stormpoint lobbies, there's nothing stopping these teams from charging in.
And unfortunately, for 7-8-9, they've been down bad. And when you are struggling in points, maybe you start to do things that are a little bit unorthodox, right? You think, all right, well, is it really worth it even to get a couple of points here? We need a big chunk of points. So I get that as a thought process for sure, but it was also a really nice bait around the boxes. Here comes a portal play, potential kidnap, unless it's just a rotation to try to find some separate angles along the way. I like this thought process coming in from 69 IQ. Also staying within Q distance of that portal is going to be very, very important as they get some extra information with that one and going underneath the bridge. So getting out of there because the grenades are going to be placed there, but you can also see this isn't the best spot for cover.
Yeah, no, and you're also prone to seeing any teams that are going to rotate through the southern side of the zone. If you see a team going long through Shipfall or even taking a more left approach, leaving Antenna and Gale Station, they will inevitably see that team underneath the bridge. So we see some teams already making those rotations, coming in from the high ground. IG, Cake also making their appearance. The scans coming in from the Bloodhounds, too, within this lobby make it so difficult to be able to take up that real estate, whether it be under the bridge or inside the buildings, because that's just intel for these teams to know where the positioning of where a lot of these teams have already settled in.
No doubt about it. High Society on board with them. We've seen so many Devotion turbochargers today. It's impressive to see how everyone's able to find those turbochargers. I feel like whenever I'm playing, they're just non-existent, but these players are on top of that weapon. You can do so much damage. The time to kill increased big time, and there's just so much ammo in that Devotion. Almost reminds me of the Spitfire as we take a look at Graceful's highest damage game in one match. I don't know if 13,000 is possible.
Oh, that'd be crazy. Devotion being such a scary gun. It's the gun that you hear the salty players come out with in arenas if they've lost the first 2 rounds. It's me. I'm salty players. But High Society, they're taking the high ground. They're looking over another team that's already kind of taking control over that building. ID also taking a patient approach. They knew that squad was right there. They came in for a sabotaging play. The dome coming out actually buys them some time and some space, so they're going to play this slowly while they reset.
Such a great dome there, but also presence of mind to toss the grenades inside so they couldn't push down the stairs, which allows you to get enough time for the healing, checking the corners as the portal play is going to go down. This is an opportunity to do one of two things. They're checking the end of the portal, and then maybe the other 2 players will push the opposite side of the portal. Seems to be the play. Now this team is absolutely pinched. Great move there from IG.
And they got pinched between that other squad that's already onto the high ground, too. You see those charge rifles coming out. IG, they didn't want to fully send it because they know that there's little to no cover up ahead, passing this bridge, passing this circle building. IG now in some trouble, not only from the pressure from the ring, but they're getting pressured out by another squad moving in. You see Ascend with the charge rifle still from the high ground, still poking at some of these teams down on the low ground, but IG, they're going to come out after winning that fight, and they're going to quickly reset.
So it's starting to tick a little bit, so they will have to push in eventually and start to heal overall, but solid performance inside of the building again with the portal play on top of it, filtering out on both sides. That's great communication coming in from the IG squad. But was that enough action for the other teams to go and potentially gatekeep them is the big question as we see Kangarna in their rotation. A lot of teams starting to filter into this zone. Big scan so they can see exactly where their priority position needs to be.
The beauty of the crypto here, not having to overcommit to get that beacon scan. Tether catching Graceful. Gonna be a little bit of intel for the opposing squad to know where they're sitting in. Another Tether coming in. Graceful can't catch a break here. He doesn't have his drone just yet. He's gonna be able to recall it. Trying to see a situation that he could have set up here because they're kind of stuck between 2 squads. They're out in the open. They don't feel comfortable in this spot, but they do have the Valkyrie on their team composition. So if they need to go for a risky redeploy, could be a better situation than where they're at right now.
Yeah, with this team composition, you have so many options, right, Vicky? If you need to bubble inside of here, you can. If you need to bubble, redeploy with the Skyward Dive, you're able to. You could set up the drone and hit some sort of magical EMP to push a team off of you. So I love the fact that Kangarna is locking this down and feeling pretty safe about the situation, right? A lot of teams are going to start flying in, but that's why you have to have this big presence. The last thing that you want to have is a team basically griefing and landing on top of you, because then those bubbles are going to go down and the third parties will start to fly in.
And they'll try to boot you off of your own high ground, too. You got here first, like Ascend, who has taken over to this high ground since the very start of the game. They've been able to put in that pressure with that charge rifle that we were listening to before. Vigex is going to be able to put in some of that pressure as well with that high ground having the wingman in his hand. But noting that there is a squad playing underneath them, and they do have the redeploy themselves, so they could quickly go into that next circle, but a nice few shots coming in from Vigex.
You love to see it again, the 2x wingman being very powerful here in our matches for EMEA. not able to connect with those ones, but that's the beauty of the wingman. Don't give up on the shots, just keep letting those things rip, especially with the amount of ammo that you have here. And again, looking at that mini-map, the southern east side, Vicky, is going to have a lot of action once teams realize they have to rotate in.
It's going to be crazy real soon here with that circle pulling all the way over there. Ascend have that information since they've been controlling this high ground beacon this entire time. They've been controlling not only the beacon, but also this building on the roof. They've not let a single squad redeploy on top of them. High Society in a fight, losing out on 2. It's Rats actually on the other side here. They're playing by the edge too, and they see another squad right behind them. These are those quick third parties that have been trying to optimize out of the situation. The grenades now getting sent in as only Mania is left from Rats.
Perfectly put. It's the third party, and it's instant. Almost no way of getting out of that one as GMT now starts to push in and finishes them off. Nice job from the squad that took first place yesterday. A little bit of a slower day today, but still plenty of Apex to be played. We still have this one going into round number 4 very shortly, and another game after this as you see the leaderboard at the top hand side and the teams that are still remaining. You're also still trying to get these overall points so you can lock in top 10 to try to make it into the playoffs, where I believe first place is $250,000. If you just make it into the playoffs, you're already going to be guaranteed money.
And that's always good news here. It's also nice to see those death boxes just making up some of that makeshift cover. You don't need a trident when you have all these death boxes just doing it for you. GMT with a quick rotation, though. I like this call a disengage. They don't really like their position right now as Kungarna are getting more information. They're still in a corner away from the line of sight of a few of these teams, but the moment that circle closes in, you could expect teams like Ascend jumping down from that high ground barometer building. Look at this action. SoulQ Goat stuck on the other side of this dome. Huskies Esports in that fight. The bombardment's getting called down as Shift with the Volt in his hand. He's looking for that opportunity now. The dome gets taken down, and so does that player. Huskies have been eliminated, sent back to the lobby, and that's a insurance bombardment too, so that way they can also get that res at the same time.
The smoke going out on over towards the door. Shiv with a gold helmet and the Volt with the Digi threat is a scary thing for this lobby. 10 seconds until the next smoke. Diff is going to have to go and hit that med kit, but you know that Zippeth should have that bubble up. Do they want to go and use that one, or are they going to save it here very shortly? It looks like they're okay with just the armor swap and then the slow heal because they do have Shiv on that Bangalore for the visual clutter. Now Graceful going to get risky inside of his drone. I like how his teammates are covering him right here, but it's time to gather more information. Pings going on over towards the side. Now you see the reset coming in for the solo Q Goats. Are those nades going to be able to connect? It looks like Shiv is going to be able to dance around here just temporarily.
Narrowly avoiding that tether too around those grenades. Also got to highlight, I absolutely love watching Graceful on the crypto. Just the way that he's able to get all that information, the cover, the synergy from the rest of the team. Really understanding what's at stake here from Kungarna. As SoulQ Goats are going to take their time to inch their way into that circle. That's going to be closing right now, right behind their back. So they're going to have to start moving soon. They have the smoke grenades out, but like you mentioned, Tom, they got the Volt. They got the thermal sight. It's going to be a scary situation for anybody who has to face off against Shiv in close quarter fights.
This is what I love about watching Shiv play, though. He has so much experience on Bangalore. Where he's going to put those smokes is going to be a clinic for how to play that legend specifically. Now GMT trying to put on a clinic with the Mastiff. It's going to be Max Strafey with the shots. He gets one knock. He gets the second finish, and that's all she wrote for Horizon. Meanwhile, Navi in the kill feed is going to be going down. It looks like the Thirst is going to go down onto Rugby. Nice job from GMT, taking that high ground. Again, keeping all of the action in front of them here. They're poised for a big game.
Look at this, the charged up Sentinel. Let's see some shots being pinged down by Max Strafe. Ascend still now taking control over a different building on the high ground. They're not inside that next circle, but they have some breathing room right now. A minute, 20 seconds. They have the Spitfire in their hand too. They see some teams right below them. They have the height advantage. That team gets out of their line of sight. None of these teams want to risk poking in this situation since that squad is also not in the circle. So they know a lot of these teams are looking out to try to circle keep them.
A lot of ammo in that Spitfire, 55 shots plus the R301 raining down fire. Watch out for Kashera in this lobby, but again, when you look at the position from GMT, it is just so strong. Now Kashera's eating a lot of damage. Are they going to need that bubble? He's going to go down. Definitely going to need the res here very shortly. Not a gold bag res, but you can see the team is pushing up the stairs. It's already going to be covered. They could end up turning this one back on over there. Great defense from the Ascend squad.
Love it. Love that suppressed fire to help reset for Ascend. And like you mentioned, GMT is actually in the God spot. That's where the circle is going to be pulling for this type of circle. You can see it on your mini maps here. Who's going to try to contest GMT? Everybody needs to run into their line of sight in the open ground. A phase breach may be needed, but with the Hemlock in the hands of Nasty Nasty, He's looking to actually put down more of that pressure. The burst fire just being so much to deal with makes your eyes water. Kungarna finally gotten out of their little corners, have now trying to take up some of the real estate inside of these houses, but they've already been taken up by other squads. There's still 10 squads alive in this tiny circle.
Very similar to our previous games, the EMEA region not disappointing ever with their methodical play, but they just get extremely aggressive towards the tail end. Like always, you can see Kick continuing to pick up kills. Jose Rain is going to get on that kill leaderboard even higher than before, as 69 IQ going to have to do this with just 2 players. The smoke's coming in and the shots are connecting. Flatline and Hemlock in these instances are putting down some serious damage. You love to see the 3x scope, and you also love to see Nasky hitting those shots. Whenever you have the Hemlock in that type of instance, oh, they're getting pushed over towards the side. You were wondering who's going to contest them, Vicky. Here it is.
Nasky gets pressured out. He got the shield swap, though. There's so many death boxes, but looking for a shield swap themselves, it's not going to work out. It's Ascend who actually tried to fully push GMT, but they are not getting booted off from their god spot.
Look at the action directly in front of them. You can see the charged up Sentinel. It's not charged up anymore, but they don't even have time to do that as all of the players are filtering over towards the water. Perfect situation to be in for GMT. Let's see how many kill points they can put on the board. Meanwhile, Solo Q Goats trying to fight their way over from underneath the bridge. Shiv with the movement god on this Bangalore, the double time and the shots as well to boot. That flatline Volt has so much ammo. What a job there from Solo Q Goats. Now GMT is going to be able to pick them apart with Kick, and Kick versus GMT for the final fight here in match number 5.
Shiv was moving, and the phase breach to get back onto the high ground. GMT have everything available to them. Not only do they have the shield swaps, they got the emergency respawn beacons to play around for extra cover. This is where they predicted the circle was going to pull, and this was such a good move from GMT to hold this final circle. They have the natural cover of the rocks. Kick is just forced to play off of this open ground unless they have a way to close in this gap. They have the phase breach, but they don't have a Gibby bubble to actually secure that space. GMT get the first crack here, and they got the Spitfire in their hands.
Nasky sees the damage, he sees the opening, he's pushing now, and the shots are landing onto Kick. It's a 2 versus 1. Max Strafey and Nasky looking extremely healthy throughout all this, and that's all she wrote. Our winners from yesterday now taking match number 5 and getting back on the top of that leaderboard. Nicely done from the GMT squad.
We've had a winner, a different winner for every single one of our games in the EMEA region. I love how consistent all of these top squads have been, but also how close a lot of these EMEA teams have been too.
I loved the positioning there from GMT and the call out from you, Vicky, of who was going to go and push them. I was anticipating maybe a skyward dive after that. A lot of the teams ended up just footing it over there because there wasn't any opportunity to go for the skyward dive. They were all layered on top of each other.
It was crazy, too, because you saw that the opportunity was there. You had to try to push onto that, but GMT, everybody funneled into their point of view. 13 kills and a dub on top of everything. An amazing look here for GMT. What's most impressive also to note is that game number 2, when T-Rex had won, they still hold the most kills after taking a dub, and that was with 14 kills. So GMT just 1 kill away from taking that throne.
Such a fun final circle there, as you saw so many teams available, and Solo Q Goats, Shiv on that Bangalore running around through the smokes. The movement was just so exciting. They're finally getting some kills on the board too, so we'll see if they can keep that up going into game number 6, our final match here of the night. And on Storm Point, nice job from everybody on that left side, but on the right hand side, unfortunately, teams like T-Rex, underrated 7, 8, 9 in Materium, like you said, Vicky, it's been a little bit inconsistent for them.
Yeah, they were topping the overall leaderboards in the first 3 rounds of EMEA, and they've been a little bit quiet this time around. I'm wondering here if the shift starting on World's Edge is affecting them. We're going to have to see. We still have a game left here for our teams. Looking at GMT, though, we have to highlight, again, 13 kills in total for this team. Look at this damage. They had a field day with all the teams that had to funnel into their line of sight with no cover out in the open waters.
They had all the ammo in the world, all the resources. I was surprised that they didn't have many grenades in that type of instance, but once Nasky got that initial threat, he sees the opening threat, and he's just going to go and send that one over with the bubble. The massive shots were huge. The Hemlock shots were great, peppering players, almost 2K damage for each player on the squad.
Yeah, you don't need a Bloodhound if you got that Digi threat against all the Bangalores here in this lobby. And GMT, they played their final circle positioning so consistent all the time. I mean, you saw it in game number 4. They try to predict that God spot, the high ground there of where that circle could be pulling, but pulled a little bit too far from where they were expecting. But what a game for GMT to have for that game number 5. They needed those points.
Super exciting for sure. Let's bring Kate back to the desk to help us break down all of that action. What a crazy final circle.
You're not wrong at all, and that, of course, match number 5. But to get to match number 5, we have to talk about match number 4, and I want to talk about a theme that I've been seeing a lot, especially in these later parts of our matches, and that's the kill leaders. Let's talk match 4. Kill leaders in that match, they didn't bring home the W, but Kick with 13, Mutarium with 10. These are big numbers for teams outside that W column. Tom, talk me through the Kick's performance. We're really going to be showcasing it here shortly in these highlights. How are they allowed to clean up this lobby in match number 4 so effectively as we see? Oh my god. I'm sorry. I really enjoy watching Valkyries get killed out of the sky.
That was an amazing shot, and you could see all the players have amazing shots. So if you wonder why they're able to do this, it's a combination of 2 things. It's the positioning plus the tracking that they have, right? They're putting themselves in great positions overall to pick off those kills. You saw the great wingman shots across the map, but everybody's connecting, right? The PKs are slapping, the Mastiff's connecting for a lot of damage. We're seeing so many different varieties of guns. It's a lot of fun.
Yes, a lot of fun to be sure. Vicky, as we take a look at match number 5, we definitely saw Solo Q's Shiv putting on that clinic for Bangalore play. And it's definitely greatly, Bangalore's play, these smokes are definitely influencing the late game in some of these teams here. But I got to ask the very important question as we take a look at some teams doing incredible things. Why have we not seen a team with the Bangalore in our W column?
I feel like, Kate, as time has gone on for the EMEA region, yeah, the Bangalore Bloodhound combo has been really strong, but when you don't have that Gibby bubble, it's so detrimental to fully send it in a lot of our teams. Actually, right here in this clip, you can see how important it is, just the way that Nasky was playing around that dome. A lot of these teams don't have a dome to actually contest that space. You got the smoke grenades, but that can only get you so far with all these other teams also having the Digi threat available to them.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at what that translates to in our leaderboard. Oh, Kick, you sassy thing, you. Tom, 75 points on the board before we go into game number 6. What does that mean for our number 1 spot here?
It means they're kicking some serious butt, Kate, and it's 20 points basically between first and second place, which is a dub and 8 kills. So you're saying, okay, if we are able to pick up just a few points here, mathematically we should be getting this win, but everybody has to look at Solo Q Goats going up 8 spots. That's huge for them. They need to continue to try to climb that leaderboard.
Absolutely right. And Vicky, you gotta give credit where credit is due here. Congarna also bringing it in. But as we take a look, some of these, this second page is we've still seen these teams do some great things and incredible things in these 5 matches. But we've also seen them now go down to the second page.
Yeah, I want to see more from Horizon. We've seen that squad pop off before, take some dubs. I want to see them replicate that going onto the last game of the day. They need it, especially looking at those points right now. 4Gang also on that second page. We're usually used to seeing them on that first page. I'm wondering here if that transition has been difficult for them too, just looking at the way that these team comps keep changing in the EMEA region.
Yes, they do. It's kind of like a game of do-si-do, little game of musical chairs in some regards. But let's take a look at our secondary stream right now for those leaderboards, because as we mentioned, we've got groups B versus C happening on the other secondary stream. That, of course, twitch.tv/versusgaming_GG. Tom, Team Empire looking to really forge ahead, I would say, obviously, between 1 and 2.
Very similar scoreboard, right? It's 21 points again here between first and second, and then it gets very tight between second and 10th, and that's why this final game and really every single point adds up and matters, because if you could just jump a couple of points here, like look at Guild, they jumped up 10, similar to what Solo Q Goats was able to do. Scar's doing that as well, so now these teams that were on the right side that were expecting to do a little bit better stepped it up in match number 5.
Yes, they did. And even here, I mean, I feel like I'm beating a dead horse, and incredible things that players has done, certainly. But Vicky, I don't think anyone expected them to be at number 12 here on today's gameplay.
Yeah, especially seeing the performance that Team Empire was doing just yesterday. They had a bit of a weak game day, and seeing them sitting at the top of the leaderboards and then seeing players, Rascals, Alliance on the second page there, I'm wondering how that lobby is shaping up overall, because that's actually incredible. It's a complete turnaround compared to the results that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, that must be one. If Players is down where it is, if we've got Artico Hardecki down that number 12, what that lobby must be, I do not know. All I know is that it's scarier than I would like to be a part of. But I do want to real quick go into something that I saw that before we head into match number 6, that all-important match number 6, which is that teams like Kungarna in match 2 and match 4, Kick in match 3 with that late game, Navi in match 4 with the early game, we're talking about patience being used like a weapon. You know, Tom, as a former pro, I'd love you to talk real quick about the discipline that it takes when you're surrounded by what is basically chaos and what it takes to hold as opposed to push.
That's why it's really important to look at what GMT did at the end of that game, Kate, how they played patient over towards the backhand side and filtered all of the action in front of them. And then when you have the opportunity to play aggressive, you wait for the other team to make a mistake or you find an opening and then you collapse. And that's what Vicky's talking about. It's so much easier to do that when you have a Gibby bubble that you could advance with.
Absolutely. Well, will 6 matches mean the difference between first and second? We'll find out just around the corner. You're watching the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League here for our EMEA region. We'll be right back.
Ash one. Lot on crack. Dead.
100.
Last guy.
Better lost.
He's claiming in the bubble.
22. Nice. Nuclear, baby. You see
Let's
that?
go.
You see that technique? The finesse. GG's, baby.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ALGS in EMEA. It is our last game of the day for this region. It's Rain Day and James Bardoff on the cast. It's been one heck of a showcase for some teams we didn't think necessarily would be delivering such promising performances. Kick comes to mind as well. Kungarna having a heck of a day. And we're now seeing the likes of Solo Q Goats and GMT pick up the pieces. Ascend has been consistent and excellent. And T-Rex, Kearney, Oxbow, Blasts. There's just been a lot of great performances across the board, keeping things pretty tight between 2 and 7.
If T-Rex make it to LAN, I expect somebody to be in that semi-inflatable T-Rex outfit. Otherwise, I'll be sorely disappointed.
Is that Supreme too?
Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised if there was an inflatable Supreme T-Rex. We shall have to have a look on the internet and see. But the people who are turning up today are great to see. Kit Kungarna again at the beginning of the show. These are some of the names that we were mentioning. 4Gang, though, not really hopping their way to the top of the leaderboard, as we can see, currently in 13th place. So, I mean, like almost this whole half of the leaderboard is pretty tight together, 11th to 17th. There's not much in between it. So there's certainly a lot of placement points to be won in this 6th and final game of the day here.
Yeah, and you know, it's really so important that we hit the nail on the head for everyone watching at home, how crucial getting these points are for making it to Sweden. You really only have a few more days now, and every little moment, every little kill, maybe even one placement difference can be the difference between you having a shot at $1 million in a month and your fair share of that prize pool or not. Just not. That is incredible stakes, and so it may seem like 17th or 13th, these numbers that, you know, in sports, it's sometimes hard to keep track of. You say the Olympics kind of have that issue too. Really, you know, you go there, you train 4 years in a row. If you're not 1, 2, or 3, it's hard for people to pay attention because you don't end up on the podium, but there's still so much at stake here for teams beyond that into the top 10 and definitely in those back half of our bottom 20 here.
I don't know if you guys at home or anybody else caught any of the APAC North matches or highlights on Twitter today, but I'm telling you guys, the finals are going to be amazing. The Watson fences are coming. It's going to be Bizarro land. I think those initial games at LAN are going to be so fun and engaging. The different styles we see from every region is absolutely ridiculous. I know APAC South is playing on Sunday, so there's even more stylistic differences to see. But first, we finish our day here in EMEA. Match number 6 coming your way. We have had an absence of Lobers in these last matches, and maybe we'll see one turn up now. Who knows?
A real switch away from what has been consistent over the course of our first few days. But maybe they don't need the black market boutique. Maybe they don't need to have an eye for anything else than what has been working so far. And Lobo will maybe sit on the sidelines this time around. I love the diversity, though, over the course of the lobby. In Game 6, it's time to buckle up and bear in. When you look at Game 6 for a lot of these teams, you really start to see, too, the character of the squad and the decision-making of the in-game leader, most importantly. It is not the easiest way. It's not the easiest thing to navigate yourself through, especially with points being needed. A team like GMT, which happily we're following on because it segues perfectly into my conversation, you know, they're in 39, and they have a chance still for second place. They can come basically on top of that leaderboard below what has already been done by Kick to really distance themselves in number 1. But how do you navigate that? Because you've got to get rotations early. You've got to get kills as well. You know you can't just put together a placement point game. It may not be enough, and that is a difficult thing.
Absolutely agree with you there, Rain Day. And again, there's often, in a scenario, there's often more than one decision. Perhaps there can even be 3+. More than one correct decision is what I meant to say. Whether you go for a fast rotation, whether you go for a slow one, playing the longer game, heading towards replicators, tridents, and so on. But especially when you get to these late games, you have to consider your current position on the leaderboard and the potential you have to build some points. And as we can see, there is a very busy Cenote cave with 2 teams seemingly on top of each other over there. So we may be losing a team early the way things seem to be going in that direction.
Yeah, and that looks like a fight that is unlucky for maybe the team fighting Unlucky. We know how good Mutarium have been. Tyler FPS, Evoke, Unlucky, fighting down there. But look at the circle and the where it is showing for GMT. We talked about having to possibly navigate and rotate. Not today. That circle is ending exactly where they started. So for GMT fans out there, keep an eye on that one. We follow closely now with Mutarium, 28 points, and a Peacekeeper in the hand of Evoke, rocking a blue Evolution Shield. He's hoping to evolve that to a purple with 3 more PK shots to the dome. 26 ain't going to get the job done, though. He trades 75 back, and so they're going to look to push. Mutarium having to fall back on high ground, and there's the bubble. That means things have gone wrong. Can we somehow turn it around and stabilize? Evoke finally getting that last shield cell off, but it's Unlucky's turn to try to heal up. If he has the heals, I haven't seen him press anything yet. And actually, Tyler FPS goes down. It's just mayhem here. Evoke is going to have to go big, and it looks like him and Unlucky have. What a play. This is why you don't fight Mutarium, Unlucky, when you got a chance to.
Rats eliminated early. Exterminated creeping around, but Na'Vi sensed something. They sensed maybe a chance and weakness, but as they'll see Mutarium in a building, it will be hard to capitalize on this situation. But Na'Vi have full committed. As we saw the full commitment from Mutarium, I was going to say, when is the right time to drop, as we saw Gibraltar on the top there? Because when you drop, you are fully committed. Worked out for Mutarium on that occasion. We can see that Na'Vi are facing the wrong direction, if you will. The zone is behind them, but they do smell opportunity here. But again, they have distance. They don't necessarily need to commit, and they have seen their potential opponent evacuate this situation. So indeed, they will simply turn around and head towards the ring. Opportunity came, opportunity left, and it's time for them to move on.
That's what you should be doing, especially knowing that this team is behind you, but you do not have the Valkyrie ult, and I believe that they do. And that is another difference when you're looking to play Gatekeeper. You've got to know, hey, if we suddenly have the tables flipped and we're being gate-kept, how can we get out of it? Bangalore Smoke is really their only option. Following along now with Ascend, who have 53 points in this lobby. I believe they were 3rd place heading into our final matchup. And they have put on a stellar performance, maybe one of, if not the most consistent team across of EMEA, now considering this with all of their results. Really, really impressive for the team who were our playoff champions last time EMEA was in a playoff situation.
So far this week, we have seen 1 Fuse, 1 Maggie, 1 Octane. Some of the niche characters adding some extra flavor to our pot of noodles here in Apex Legends. And of course, with North America following up later on, we'll see if there's going to be any more spice added. But for now, we are seeing a regular bunch. We can see with Huskies, nothing untoward happening in terms of their legend selection. Just a reminder, if you have joined us late, we are starting with 19 teams today. So we've lost 1 team thus far, as we saw that early skirmish in Cenote Cave in the last match of our series today here at EMEA. And again, we are close quarters once more. 2 teams coexisting. The mighty T-Rex on top. See if they choose to drop on the opponent downstairs. But for now, they'll be biding their time. They're okay with what they have. Maybe not ideal for blasts with the triple take at such close range, but it can be used as a second shotgun along with this Peacekeeper.
Yeah, totally good. I would have loved to see, you know, again, we mentioned the kinetic feeder and how the absence of it has spoken volumes about its effectiveness in this meta. But also just the fact that you see the flexibility it provides. Blast, T-Rex, and Oxbow, Kearney content to sit. They have played these circles slow, steady, and patient, and that has gotten them the results of 42 points in the top 5. Truly looking like their namesake, an Apex Predator in this lobby.
Would you rather be on the higher floor or the lower floor here? Because for me,
great question.
If this was a later ring and more teams were trying to force their way into this building for cover, maybe out of necessity, not having cover outside, I feel like the lower floor would be more vulnerable to a 3P from the guys up top than the other way around, despite the windows that we're seeing on the higher floor of that building specifically.
I love that question. I want to come back to it because I think we see so much of it. It is really important to talk about as we head over to IG International firing a couple of shots. you know, the low floor and the high floor both give you distinct advantages. And one of the differences is that you have to take a preference of what works well for your team. And oh my God, Kick! Talk about a hit and run, more like a hit and crash. Oh, OJ Rain added to the kills on the kill leaderboard. He might just be #1 after the day. What a play from Kick. They stop us in our tracks, in our words, in our philosophy. And we got to go ahead and listen in to Kick after this moment, see how they're feeling after that drop.
Nice stack, Jarka.
Nice, good job, Jarka. Smoking top of the
Be careful right side, boys.
Bangalore. Do you think that team is playing Bloodrun?
No, they were playing Valkyrie. She ran. I did a 30 flash.
No.
They died. That was the solo queue goals. They died.
Yeah, Bangalore. The Bangalore and killed the last one of them.
Good shit, boys.
We need to be careful here.
Trying to watch.
Yeah, be careful of the right side, boys. I'm taking a roof.
We can maybe walk up into this choke, you know?
I think walking like this so bad.
Yeah,
but let's try. Let's try. They were getting shot from Antina, and we know there was a team Fish Farm, so we'll be 3 teams left side, right? Towards
at
here.
least, yeah.
Yeah, so let's go right side, take it slow, take info, we chill.
Yeah, people
Don't you wanna... Wait, don't you wanna do third beacon here on our right side?
Yeah, you can do it.
Let's go,
But it's pulling wall, like literally it's pulling wall.
This zone is wall, for sure, but
yeah, if you don't want, we don't...
We do.
Just do it. It's here, it's on us.
People here 10 seconds ago! Camping! Left side! No.
Nading.
Behind as well, behind as well.
Go away, guys, go away.
Go away.
Can you run to me?
Yeah.
That's scummed. Nah, you
Trying
cannot.
to. Go. Go away.
I ulted.
No way.
I'm gonna pop a Phoenix.
Scummed.
Good.
Ping Phoenix. Can we take him later?
They push in.
Think so.
One close, right side, I hit 45, the raping.
Yeah, go away. Yeah, just go away.
You kinda fucked.
Go away, if you need to give your life, look,
just go.
Yeah, they don't have blood on, right?
No, they don't.
But go around, it's fine.
Go around, Luxaco. They have another team, I think, no?
Well, it was going well until the famous last words of, hey, people are here 10 seconds ago. Would you look at that? Oh, God! Firing out in the corner. It was a sneak attack of mega proportions there from 4Gang, and they have just taken down 2 of the 3 members of the leading team in this lobby.
Beacon ambush. And maybe this is an observation of how so many teams have been playing, going into that zone for those essentially out of bounds beacons and replicators and so on. So choosing to ambush, we often see a team set up for an ambush, but it's not often we see a result like that come through unless their name is Sentinels, one of the kings of ambushes. So they'll be very happy with that, but Kick, that'll be disappointing for them. We'll see how it affects the top of the leaderboard, as they did have some padding and they're not out just yet, so maybe there's a rescue to be done. I'm not sure. As we're with 0-0 as he moves through with Horizon.
Sounds like he's going through a swamp right now.
It's like he's got 6 legs.
Louisiana or something. I don't know. We might have to mudslide over to another character as Horizon making their rotation here. It might just be a long one. We'll see as we look at the map here, too. Greater things to pay attention to. The wall where GMT have started. I'm curious to see if they are still there, alive and well. Because that is a team that is, of course, coming off of a win. Got about 19-plus points in that game. Maybe even more. I think it might have been a 24-point win. And so looking to build off of that momentum. We're still with Horizon. Still with 0-0. And there is Kick. Uwako. He has managed to survive. Not going to get the banners, though, so it is going to be a tat for the rest of the game, trying to just get placement points for Uwako.
In the bushes. And he'll be enjoying that leafy surrounding for a while. Meanwhile, things are getting very busy where Huskies are, and they have, obviously they have height, but they're limited in where they can look, and they will be harassed. That's surely going to force a dome, indeed it will. His teammates are in trouble, and Mr. Seal will have to offer them some protection. More teams trying to creep now as they will try to hold on to the area they have, Huskies. But can they really capitalize on this and get some downs, get some KP? It's enough to show some presence and fire some shots, but they need to get some scores on the board as well.
Huskies wondering why they were taking so much damage, and it's because Kungarna are right below and Graceful with the drone available. You do not want to get ulted, especially with the EMP. It's just going to take all of your plans and basically rip them up into pieces in front of you. Huskies, though, still holding down the top side at 7-8-9. To the right of them, missile swarms coming from the corridor above, and it is just chaos for the Huskies. They're looking for just a second to chill, maybe relax. That's not looking like it's going to be given to them very easily here. Round 3, 2 minutes to go before it starts to close in.
Huskies are actually in a predicament because they are very low on shield cells. I saw 2 of the players had maximum 2 shield cells, maybe a battery here or there. But as you get free damage with the spam from Valkyries and so on, and that's before any cryptos get involved because this is a busy area, they could find themselves very short of resources. Now, does that make them go for an overly aggressive play? Do they try to push something like 7-8-9 with maybe grenades if they have them? They might have to find a way to get more resources if they're going to be constantly exposed to a barrage of damage in their position.
The study of bodies of people in a large ecosystem and what the future results of their interactions will be. James, a little psychohistory there. If one, then why not the other? It might just force Huskies into the future to be a little more aggressive. It has certainly forced Phoenix and the rest of Forgang to take what they have done against the leaders of the lobby of Kick and apply that now to Na'Vi, who have had to get one up. And Sanya doing his best to pop shield batteries alongside Ron. It's going to be Rugby who buys some time, creates a little bit of pressure for Gang, still pushing down the slope. They've got a great angle of high ground here. It's going to be tough for Na'Vi to stay around and fight that, and certainly they won't try to do so. They've lost Sanya yet again. Na'Vi, things getting even worse as I talk it into existence almost, but still the revive coming from Kron. How can they somehow get out of this one? It certainly doesn't seem likely. Kron now maybe risking too much to try to get his teammate alive. He's hiding behind the smoke, James, but I'm certain that teams know where he is.
Not too far away from a respawn, but I'm sure that'll make a lot of players very hungry. That's a very, very visible respawn location, and Rugby may be brave enough to do it. In the meantime, it did seem like 7-8-9 maybe forced the other team off the roof there that were low on resources, so we'll get an update on that later on. In the meantime, let's see what Forgang are looking to do. Is this a full rotation, or will it be some kind of hot drop? They are close to the zone, which is about to move, so it's probably going to be the former rather than the latter, as of course, with 17, the squad's alive. They'll be playing for the long game, but they are heading towards an already heavily occupied, very busy area, and they might not find themselves with much space to land in.
Yeah, yikes. They see bullets firing from left to right, and they're going to land on a team inside. Will they be the ones being ambushed here? Oh, the irony. We didn't go with Rowe, but you could tell exactly what happened. Phoenix, he goes down. Legit Lolly, he's going down as well. Phoenix literally with a sliver of health. It's Muterium here delivering the punishment, the justice, and Evokes will find Legit Lolly. It is one more on, of course, Phoenix's squad, Forgang, who will survive. Rowe making it out the Gibraltar, but Muterium here now in another fight. It's not a Spinseer getting involved.
Everybody fighting for a very important position. That door was open, and maybe that team rotating in thought there was some opportunity, but in fact it was for Muterium. But now they have to hold, they have to defend, they have to stabilize on the edge of the zone as well. Everyone in a very awkward corner.
No need to scan
Sanya tried for some cheap assists with the scan, but those days are over, my friends. Muterium now stuck. Everyone's stuck in a corner, really. But this may be the weird coexistence. Oh, is he going to get a kidnap?
Is he going to do this?
That could be absolutely ridiculous if he did.
Oof.
But can they do much more than just look at each other? This would be the weirdest coexistence. And have a look at the push while they're healing. And they're going to jump into the portal. Oh my god, this is absolutely crazy. Point blank range, Muterium are able to hold.
What a play! Tyler FPS with the jukes. He broke their ankles. They jump down. He goes right back and takes their space and finishes. finishes off with a PK waiting for him with a 91. Underrated now trying to get into the action, but can anyone stop Mutarium? They have dealt with the blows and bounced right back, rebuffing them with each and every onslaught. Great stuff from them in this 14 squad circle now left in round 4 with just 45 seconds remaining for this to start circling in. We see a similar situation with Mutarium on the low ground and Underrated having taken the spot of Na'Vi. Will they get aggressive? You notice there was a way out. Na'Vi didn't have to push that, James. They just decided that they were in the upper hand and had the advantage. Looks like they're going to have to retake that one next lobby.
Underrated in trouble, trying to rotate, facing a charge rifle where they have no cover. They are surrounded now from both directions, trying to just show some presence, Dazzle. I don't know if he can do much more than that. Perhaps he can, actually, as they're just in plain sight, safe for that smoke, trying to bat. That's all they can do, hoping for the best, and maybe they'll be able to escape this situation. We've got double domes now as Ascend with that Spitfire looking to shred. We see fast rotations, but IG are going to get eliminated. We're down to 13 teams.
Oh, wow, look at that. It was GMT who were taking down IG. No idea where they are now. However, it is certainly Ascend climbing up to the top with the opening that has been made for them. Spitfire in the hands of Kashira. Have a chance to loot. 2 shield batteries, 13 cells to his name. And he's got 2 ultimate accelerants too. That is going to be a big difference, especially in this moment where there may just be one more skyward dive as a last-ditch effort. Graceful still with the charge rifle. Might be time to ditch that big boy. He's got the car, but he's only got 99 bullets in the tank and 24 loaded, locked, and ready to go on a blue shield. You could hope for better days in what could be a game-deciding, a potentially playoff-deciding tally of points that could push you in the right direction or the wrong one come the final circle.
He's got 60 light in the hole as well, from what I can see. A little extra ammo, the versatility of the car, maybe worth its weight in gold in this late game. We'll see what he's able to do. It's going to be weird with that charge rifle up close. If you can't switch things out, hold on a second. We've got Seiko Portia creeping, looking for some more KP, and they'll certainly get some. Well, that's 2 kills on the board for the team, but they've got problems elsewhere. That's a really nice headshot, but can he follow up with more? Are they able to get Vilshan back into the game somehow 1 minute before this zone finishes? But they might not even get the chance because we've got more pushes. Down goes the Wraith, and Null may have to just run for it. He's got barely 1 cell alive, and he's not alive. Neither are his teams. They're out in 9.
Seiko Portaya ceased to exist after that one. Vex Gaming, clear thinking. Nothing vexed about their decision-making. They're just inside. Let the chaos happen around me. GMT Nasky, he looks like he's falling. That's going to be GMT out of the lobby. Did they do enough to take second, third, fourth? We'll find out. Stay tuned for that, as this game is just about to reach its climax, possibly the penultimate circle here before we just close up shop. And it is going to be who is the last one standing to decide what could be the entire day. Kungarna on 57. The car working, but we talked about the ammo Graceful has to work with. He's now down to 12 in the tank and 24 locked and loaded. His drone also not available as well for the EMP, but he does have it charged up. We'll see what he can make do with what he's got now.
Yeah, this timing is going to be really important. Switching to that light ammo, but there's not much of that either. Now, when do you go AFK to send your drone out? You've really got to try and go as late as possible because you know the domes are coming, and they've got Badoli in the hole as well, so they can get their own GBL after they crack some domes. But then where do they choose to go? Do they do it on the bridge? Does everyone go below the bridge afterwards? Do they have grenades? There's so many questions, so many scenarios as this round will start to close. Well, we finish closing in 13 seconds, and we're going to be compressed. T-Rex have been made extinct once again now as we are in the last game of the day, and we move to 6 squads, but I'm sure it's soon to be 5. Graceful getting dropped a bit more ammo as they're ready to push forward. You can see there are 2 teams immediately to their right now. Still find some space. That middle's going to get hot, though, as we're in the final round.
Oh, it certainly is. In my opinion, you should start your ACs now because it only gets hotter. Multi-view. It is live. Check it out. We've got 5 squads left. You can see every single one of their perspectives if you go into the command center under the follow button. It's the new feature in the ALGS. Horizon, underrated. They're involved, but they are not in terms of the final lobby score. They're playing for placements. They're playing for their points. It could be a trip to Sweden on the line for them. Every placement matters, but Mutarium, Kungarna, and Ascend They are only about 16 points away from each other overall. Congarna only 4 points away from Ascend on the day. They're most likely fighting for second place here, which would be a huge result for either of them. Ascend showing some of the most consistent play we've seen. Congarna showing some of the most exciting play we've seen in the last 2 days specifically, and a lot behind this man, Graceful. He hasn't had a Kraber in his hand, but he has had a car, and the car has been hitting high miles per hour, but not enough. Oh, he goes down as well, but JMW, can he clean it up? He's got an R99 as well. It feels like a relic of the past. It's just JMW. What can he get done? It certainly seems like Congarna will fall, and they will in 5th, James, seeking our final moment of the game now.
Instant response from Ascend as soon as that push to the middle came in, but they will ruin each other's day now and finish in 5th and 4th place respectively. Ascend in 4th place, and Horizon now will try to hold position around these pillars under the bridge. Going to be so important. They still have their players up 0-0, able to pop a bat. Got to be real careful. Those health is low. A huge crack from Mimu. Woo! Still up for the time being. Can they capitalize on those cracks though, as we still have 3 squads remaining? But we're seeing players from multiple teams get down. Ruab trying to do what he can. Horizon in 2nd though. 3rd, sorry.
You do not want to hit 11s with that Mastiff, because you see what happens. The 22 afterwards just wasn't enough. Underrated takes the win in Game 6. They do it in EMEA. They show up. Nothing underrated about their performance. Yet it will be a exciting look at the final scores to see who totally wins the day. Either way, great job here from Underrated.
That was a really interesting final ring. I would love to go back and listen to Ascend's comms in that, because they were in the middle and they have to set out a plan that if everybody stays on the edge and creeps forward, they've got a great chance to get some KP as they all fight each other as they're exposed to each other. But as soon as they get pushed by one team, they have to go for that team immediately. They basically, 4 of those 6 players go down into the 1v1. One team clutches it, the other one gets thirsted immediately by, I think, Mutarium, so they both get ruined, which allows Mutarium and Underrated to end up as the final 2, with Horizon finishing 3rd as well. 18 kills for Mutarium.
Wow.
Talk about exploitation.
Well, those guys are they're on another level. I mean, you can tell they've got this pop-off potential that's like players. And I find that just so fascinating. This is a team that when they did so well, maybe 3 days ago, when it was day 2 or, day 1, I said, this is a team, is this going to be a team we keep talking about because they force us to talk about them? The answer has been yes so far.
Absolutely. That is a very big performance from Mutarium. And on the frustrating side, someone has to end up frustrated. Somebody's got to go out early. And again, we look towards Solo Q Goats. Rats going out in almost record time. But the big name, Solo Q Goats, 4-gang kick, IG, Navi, 69 IQ. This bottom half is packed with big names. So again, we saw a war of attrition early on, and someone's got to be the victim.
I love Game 6s. It is, it's championship time. It's the championship moment. It does feel different. And what makes it more challenging, congrats to Underrated, is that everyone's fighting for something a little different right now. Underrated in their position, fighting for obviously making playoffs. They're fighting for being involved in the upper echelons of the teams. Some of the teams, like maybe Solo Q Goats, already in first, they might be trying to just make sure they get the amount of points that they want heading into a match point system, possibly, or heading into playoffs in the highest version of being on the leaderboard. And it's a different level of survival when you're talking about making the cut, or how good is the cut? Is it a New York? Is it a ribeye? Versus can I even get inside the restaurant to eat? And I think that's where we'll see some of these teams show up big, and some of these other teams, frustrated. Even though they've got the skill to do it, we know, no doubt, and I know someone who can attest to that. Kate Yeager coming on. Solo Q Goats, Nanas Vincere, IG. We know they've got the skills. Still frustrating, obviously, to not put it together in the final game.
And perhaps the most frustrating part is that we, in fact, have seen them capitalize on this prowess. We have seen them do great things. Mutarium, 18 kills, gang. I don't know if that's a record, but it feels like it here in EMEA. And quite frankly, it is something that we have seen Mutarium come again and again, especially in this later part of our 6-game series, come in and say, okay, we're going to take Storm Point and we're going to take all the KP that you have to offer. But let's real quick talk about match number 6 as we take a look at these highlights, because I cannot stop myself from laughing and getting so excited, Rain, we have a Bangalore in the W column here for match number 6, and it's certainly something, I should say, Bangalore Bloodhound comp. It's something I talked about earlier, and as we take a look at these highlights, Rain, you can't not see how that comp has absolutely been influential throughout this match number 6, all the way to the W column.
Yeah, I didn't expect to see Bloodhound become more of a side special pick, but it's where the meta has taken us. And Stormpoint has allowed us to see a lot of new things in Apex, which has been one of the beautiful elements of this new map coming into the competitive rotation. I do love the Bloodhound on certain compositions, and I think when you're running it with the Bangalore too, you give your team less of the onus of having to acquire digital threats yourself. You can fight for at least a good 6 seconds with that Bloodhound scan, knowing you're going to get vision, even if you're smoking your opponents. And that's one thing that, you know, makes it a little easier to capitalize on what one character like Bang already does so well.
Absolutely. James, let's take a look at those drop spots here, because our zones are the best zones. They would just pull all the which way. And we had a pretty even drop area here, but we definitely also had some contests at the very top that has made the early game interesting for several of these teams throughout these 6 matches.
Yeah, we can see in this particular matchup, A versus D, it's pretty busy in the southeast area. That's a lot of teams who need to coexist early. And as we saw, we saw quite a few eliminations very early on indeed. As we can see that Solo Q Goats on the other side of things had a reasonable amount of space to themselves, although their results may not reflect that from game to game. So it's quite interesting the contrast we have seen in that respect of the drop spots we've seen today.
Absolutely right. And, you know, Rain, I gotta say, this has been such an interesting storm point here for these groups. And one of the things, I know, James, you had been mentioning it again and again, and I think it's a really good question, which is, we saw no Lobas. You know, we saw a couple of Horizons, which were awesome, and I'm always a fan of those change in meta, but we didn't see any Lobas. I'd be curious your thoughts as to why, and if you expect them coming here once we go to our next round of group stage play.
What I like is that we are seeing EMEA and North America get further and further away from each other with the characters they're playing and the styles they're playing. And again, I'm excited for the madness we're going to see from APAC North. Okay, when we get to Sweden, but there's.
Did I hear you mention Watson fences?
Watson's fences. Even though that's terrible English, I'm telling you, we're going to see 9 Watsons and 1 Mirage once we get to Sweden. Yeah, all the Watsons. It's going to be great.
Excellent. She looks Swedish. Maybe. Whatever. She's blonde. Anyway, moving right along to our leaderboards here. Evan, we're going to take a look at the math right away. And boy, did Kick come out kicking.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't take it away from them. We seem to have an all-star every single day. We have not had those 1-point, 2-point separators, which we saw in days 1 and 2. It's really getting out in front and never looking back. Kick. Wako, OJ Rain, Hyarka, I love the way that they've approached this fight. And again, I love that they're a team that is forcing us to discuss them. They are not coming from maybe EMEA royalty, where we look at teams, even like the Words of Alliance or GMT, teams that have done it already and won championships. You know, they're saying Kick is in that conversation, and we're not going anywhere. And I love the comms, too, that we had a chance to listen to from them. So they seem like they're having fun, and when you're having fun, it's easier to win.
When you're having fun, it's easier to win. God, James, Evan, I love what you said there. And James, as we take a look, these teams, they may or may not be having as much fun here on the second half of our leaderboard, but certainly have still put up points on the board.
Yeah. Someone has to end up in the bottom half of the table, but what's important is making progress to that top 10 to head to Sweden. Whether it's small progress, as long as you're moving forward, as long as you're securing your position. And hey, maybe you only need a few points for that, but some of these teams will need a lot more than that. And some of these teams will be fighting to stay out of that relegation zone as well. So you've got to look at your overall goals and see how close you're getting to them with respect to how you're finishing on the day.
Well, and I will say, I mean, we definitely talk about relegation being the not greatest thing of all the great things that the ALGS Pro League has to offer, for sure. And it's really a way to showcase your ability to do things. But I will say that the relegation, if it's got some of the teams, it's going to be scary too, Evan. I don't know. I mean, Challengers get ready because things are happening in that relegation that are pretty scary.
Yeah, I mean, we see it all the time. I mean, this is EMEA, and I know, the most popular sport in the world, especially over in that region, is football. And sometimes the best time in a season, even if it's the Premier League, the Bundesliga, La Liga, it's relegation time because you find people in there that maybe have a slip, and that slip turns into a fall. That fall turns into a disastrous turn of momentum, and you just can't find it. And now, no way they're going to drop out of the league. It's part of the story, and it's part of competing. You've got to find ways to, when your momentum is going a little bit down, stop it, just like having a Gibraltar dome shield, pause, stabilize, and then get back out there with a shield battery and start doing well again. So it's a challenge that, if you can't figure it out, maybe it's next season and you come back ready to go, but it's something all these pros need to learn how to do.
They do, and some have done so with gusto. Let's take a look at that secondary stream leaderboard here. And James, it's pretty clear Team Empire here to stay. Not as wide of a differential between first and second, but I gotta say, even for like A versus D leaderboard, second and third is still hotly contested. Same goes for this B versus C.
Yeah, again, critical points on the line and plenty of big names now. We can see that Scars did make it into the top 10 after a bumpy ride. We've got Fenerbahce, Guild. We saw them a lot further down earlier on, so they've managed to turn things around back into their favor, which is great to see. At the top, of course, you've got Ranches and Empire. In the bottom half, you've got Phoenix Legacy just about making it to 11th place. I think they were second, third, or fourth earlier on, but a nice early performance from them. And looking further down, I think Magicians had some significant problems today from what I'm seeing on Tinternet. But Alliance, 17th place, they won't be too happy with that. But ultimately, we'll have to see where they are in the grand scheme of things as well.
The grand scheme of things is a great way to put that, certainly, because, of course, we know today with our first stream, our secondary stream, that it all adds up to one very important thing, and that's our overall leaderboard, which, of course, will add up to another important thing that we've been casually mentioning. If you heard the word Stockholm, the place Stockholm, that on the lips of our casters and our analysts, well, there's a reason for that. It's where our playoffs will be happening, and it's definitely been the focus for the tournament here to get to that in-person LAN, which I know has been something that a lot of our players, our teams, even those of us on the talent roster have been very much looking forward to here, and hasn't happened for a little while. So very exciting, certainly. But these are the teams we're looking at. And of course, this is round number 4. We go to round 6 here, gang, which means these teams have 2 more chances, Evan. Only 2 more chances.
Only 2.
To get into the green.
And you know what I'm looking at? You said, where's Alliance going to shake up? They're not even in the top 20. They started out 18. They are seriously looking like they're not going to qualify unless they change big time. And that would be one of the biggest surprises. If Solo Q Goats have a performance like this, go from top to bottom, you could see it's left them out of Europe as well. Out of Stockholm. So, wow, a lot of teams have to realize we can't make any more mistakes.
Oh, yeah. The season for mistakes, James, is no longer. The season for complete performance is now.
Looking at Alliance, they need at least 20 points just to catch up with the people contesting for the bottom of the top 10. And Guild will be looking for more as well, but they're 5 points ahead at the very least. I think those 2 teams in particular will be shocked and very, very concerned with their current position. I think it's going to be a stroke of fortune if either of those teams are able to make it. Bearing in mind how many teams are contesting a route for 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th above them, and they've got 20 points to catch up to where those teams are right now. That is an uphill struggle, to say the least.
And James, just really quickly before you go, Kate, Rebel are sitting in relegation. I mean, Pierre, Noth, Taylor, these are guys that have been since the very beginning in the Pro League. They're looking like they could go out. They've got to step it up to like a huge name. I couldn't imagine them being relegated. That would be
huge. Well, and I will say there's nothing like a little disappointing action in the first few rounds here to really motivate you to try and get out of that red into even just the yellow. Dear God, hopefully the green. But let's talk a little bit more about individuals. Throughout today's matches, we've seen some insane plays, some critical IGL calls, and some game-changing strats. But which players do our analysts think are the top of the top. Quick, to the transition. Rain, we have seen some incredible plays and players absolutely popping off. Who was in your sights today after 6 matches here?
Well, really, we look at this a little earlier before the 6 because we got to prepare some things on our side. But up until that moment, I think it was really Kangarna who were playing lights out, and it was Graceful particularly, who cares about 4 matches today, 6 matches yesterday, put in work. He was part of our intro. He was hitting collats. He was hitting hip fire shots with his Kraber play, and he is playing a legend like the Crypto that could be basically the most vital steering of the ship in terms of how this meta and these final circles will play out. And he's certainly taken on the role with confidence. This is a guy who you want on your team to play that kind of off-meta character and make him meta and really say, I'm gonna do the thing that is a little odd now, but I'm gonna do it so well that now everyone wants to start playing it. Graceful, very graceful in today's action.
A confident Crypto. I love it. Let's put that on a shirt. James, who'd you got?
I went for OJ Rain. Now, Kick is a team who we've been looking at recently. They're a team who have certainly been on the rise, and as commentators, they've given us no choice but to mention them again and again with higher and higher frequency. And this guy put in work today, absolutely wrecking lobbies. Kick did a really nice job today, and OJ Rain was a huge part of that. He got frag after frag after frag, so important on the Bangalore, of course, as well. So he's creating space for his team, creating variance for people in and around smokes, and just charging at guys, as we can see here, delivering with multiple weapons, helping Kick get to a very nice position in today's action.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at what that position looks like up against the rest of our kill leaders with the kill leaderboard. Ooh, and you know what, James? I heart your pick, man. Right there, numero uno, for a reason.
Yeah, 20 kills, but we can see that we have more players not far behind him, especially Unlucky, of course, just 1 behind. But after that, there is a slight drop-off, but there's plenty of people with double figures today who are delivering. And, to the chagrin of the people at the bottom of today's leaderboards, they'll be ruining being victims to these guys at the top. Unlucky and Tyler putting in work together. And we can see 3 of the Kick names there in the top 6. So you can see how much output that whole team had today.
You know what I love about these 2 players that you've both highlighted is that they are both playing different team comps. I'm a big fan of the different legends. At any rate, we are bound to see more from these players and perhaps these new team comps throughout the rest of our split. And who knows, you might even see them in home. We have had, and James, I love what you said in terms of, they have made themselves a part of our conversation, whether we like it or not, and certainly is something that Kick can hang their hat on going forward here, and a number of our teams as well. And I do also want to real quick bring up the fact that we've had the top 5 teams, so many matches have been the Ascends, the Kicks, the KNGs, let's see, I'm taking notes. The point is that, Rain, I gotta fail, like, having that consistency along with the pop-offs that we obviously have with that incredible KP is the silver bullet, and that silver bullet gets you into the green.
Well, what I like about these teams more so than anything else is they have a really good, consistent in-game strategy to get into top 10 and even really more top 7. I would say a lot of these teams end up top 7, and that's how you win a tournament. And I think you even go back to Ascend, the controversy that happened around Match Point. Oh my God, Match Point. You're sitting there with Alliance, and you're sitting there with players who have 7 opportunities in a row to just win 1 game and win the lion's share of $1 million prizing. And Ascend just slowly but surely make their way into that circle, and they end up getting a win. And I think it was game 8 or game 9. That's the power, though, I believe, of what you bring to the table with these squads. They're going to be involved, and that is not a good sign for the rest of the lobby. You do not want teams like this having a chance and a chance and a chance to go ahead and end the tournament on you.
That is true. But we do want to hear from our game winners here. And in fact, it sounds like Tom has one of them with him right now. Tom, over to you.
That's right, Kate. Welcome to the winner's circle over here. We got IARCA. Congratulations on a great day today. Now let's hop right into it. Yesterday, you didn't get the performance that you were looking for. I believe it was a 3-way tie going into this one for 10th place, and we all know top 10 are making it into Sweden. How important it was for you guys to come in swinging today?
Today we were with a different mindset. We come to a mindset that Uksako is our AGL, and like the way he put the game to us, we told him today, don't fear, we are top 10. Let's play like we are top 40, and we want to make the max we can to go above. We are not aiming for top 10, we want top 1. And we told Uksako, IGL as you want, we will just follow you. We trust you, and it proved today. We smashed the lobby.
I love that. And then you guys go from being tied in 10th now to 2nd overall. That has to feel good. Now, how important is it for you to go and play on land with your teammates in Sweden if you guys make the playoffs, which it looks like after today you may have stamped your ticket?
To make Sweden is very important for us because our goal is not only Sweden but also making good in Sweden to go to the championship. And finals in LAN would be a dream completely. We making LAN, it's going to be our first LAN, and also it's going to be a major. It's going to be amazing. I'm really confident as well. I think we can finish in top 1 in good conditions. I know my teammates; they are great, and we know we can do it.
Besides the mindset, I love that you guys are playing confident right now. What else was the difference today? Because you guys picked up a lot of kill points along the way. Was it the mindset that led into better positioning, into better team fighting? What do you think all came together?
Our plan was, first of all, yesterday we discussed all together, and we said maybe playing GB on Storm Point is not the best option because we have some cover around Storm Point, and maybe the Bangalore and abuse the Bangalore with the digitals and the blood on scan to force teams out of spots. I think that provided us to make what we did today because we were always playing behind everyone. We were relying on the mistakes of people, so we were never being the first ones doing anything. And I think that was the difference from yesterday. Our World's Edge, we kept the same. Today we did some good games. I think second game was bad, but overall was good World's Edge. We always have a stable World's Edge.
If everybody is playing at your best, also there's a lot of cryptos too, so having the Gibby bubbles aren't really as useful when there's so many darn EMPs that are going off, so I like that adjustment. I think that that's a very strong change. Now, if everybody is playing at their best in EMEA region, who do you think could be your competition, or who do you think is your competition?
I'm going to be honest, in EMEA region we don't fear anyone, and I'm going to tell why. In my team we have 2 fraggers, completely. They are beasts, Uksako and Oji Rain. Everyone speaks about Oji Rain and Uksako, they're great. Basically what we do on World's Edge, I just bubble forward, they kill them all, and the Storm Point I just scan and try to co-IGL them, but it's impossible. Like when I arrive to the fight they're all flash, so it's just easy fights every time.
And do you think you could take that confidence going up against the other regions? How do you think EMEA fares against all these other regions in the world?
I think our biggest problem is if we go to a LAN and we have in group esports arena, they take Big Mod and Lava City, but we will have to fight that with 0 ping in LAN. We can fight for Big Mod, we don't care.
Oh, I love that. Some of the 2 best teams in the world going for a potential 50-50. That would be absolutely insane. Now, any opportunity to give any shout-outs that you'd like to do?
Yeah, I want to shout out my teammates, first of all. Everyone that supports us. Foxer is a great friend of us. He's like a coach, but he's not a coach. And Darky. They are great, and they are always there for us in the good and the bad moments. And yeah,
hey,
and my family.
I love that. I love that so much. I really appreciate your time. I love the confidence. I love the vibes coming in as well. And it was great to see you guys playing at your best. So we'll see you guys hopefully in Sweden. And we're going to toss this one back to the desk to Kate.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, gents. And James, Big Mod being claimed here right now.
Big Mod. I love the confidence. I want to see some contests at LAN. I mean, if we're going to have a big finals, people having no respect for their opponent has to be a part of that. So to just be contesting on drop, to have 50-50s, to have coin flips, to have despair on the faces of people with a camera in their face, I look forward to that. It's going to be luxurious.
Speaking of despair, let's talk about the talent predictions, shall we?
Great segue.
Oh, no.
Oh, this must be some mistake.
What's going on? This
gonna sit here. You guys can talk.
We're down.
This
We are
this
in
was
the
the run
upside
for T
down.
Squared. A great day for him. He's almost doubled the score of any of the rest of us. So, congrats.
He's tripled his own score up until now. By the way.
Hey,
so.
even a broken clock is right twice a day, right?
Oh man, gang. Well, GG's to Tom. He will be insufferable.
GG's
but
Tom.
GG's indeed.
Yeah.
Man. Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know what? We, of course, have more Apex. We're just getting started here, gang. It's Saturday morning here in the U.S. and, of course, Saturday afternoon, evening in the U.K. But guess what? Tomorrow, our EMEA broadcast continues. That is at Sunday. At Sunday? It's Sunday at 9 a.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. BST. It's going to be a great way for you to end out your weekend. Certainly a way for us to showcase some top-tier Apex play. And, of course, here's the thing. We're also not done even today because we started with EMEA this morning here in the U.S., and we're going to go to NA this afternoon, and it's just going to be nonstop Apex Saturday, Sunday, Monday. We're going to find out which teams are going to Stockholm, which teams are going to be in that green, which teams are going to be in the red, and all the matches in between. You're not going to want to miss this, trust me. So I want to say, in the meantime, a huge thank you to our cast, to our crew, of course, to the players that have made this day so entertaining and will continue to do so as we journey our way to Sweden. And, of course, thank you to the support of our friends over at Monster Energy and Lenovo for making the ALGS so great and helping us out here in the Pro League. So until next time, we'll see you. And if you're looking for North America's premier talent in Apex, we'll see you in not too long right back here. Thanks again.